Coming up on this edition of Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at the future of aeronautics at NASA. We'll find out about a new governmental and commercial partnership that will help guide the transformation into the next generation air system. We will also find out about a unique airplane that may soon be flying on Mars. And we take a look back at several of NASA's aeronautic success stories. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Kara O'Brien and welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow. On this episode, we'll be focusing on the role NASA plays in aeronautics research. NASA has a long and rich history of pioneering achievements, but if you ask almost anyone what NASA's mission is, virtually everyone would say something related to space. Although that's true to a certain extent, NASA is much more than just the nation's space agency. Aeronautics is also a major area of study for NASA. Although NASA's work in space has received a great deal of attention, less is known about the aeronautics research it's performed. This research has dramatically improved every aspect of air travel as we know it, from the preeminence of American military air power over the world's battlefields to the safety and reliability of general aviation and commercial passenger flights of today. Although aeronautics research is considered a mature science, there is still a great need to continue researching and developing flight for the 21st century. Important roles in aviation safety and security, modernization of the national airspace, and developments in revolutionary new vehicles are just a few areas that will undoubtedly need to be addressed in the coming years. The role for aeronautics research is particularly important when you consider that the number of passengers is expected to double in 10 years and triple in 20 years to 1.8 billion passengers. These numbers are daunting considering today's aviation system often shows signs of gridlock. Congested airports, flight delays, and unreliable service have unfortunately become commonplace. But a unique partnership between government and industry hopes to change the current situation, making air travel for the 21st century much easier, safer, and more reliable. Here's Johnny Alonso to find out more.
The landscape of air travel has changed dramatically since the first scheduled commercial flight took off in January of 1914. In that first year of planned flights, a whopping 1,205 passengers climbed aboard commercial aircraft. Americans soon fell in love with the idea of air travel, leading to a boom in the numbers of commercial flights. From 3 million in 1940 to 55 million in 1956 to well over 600 million today. And this number is only expected to increase in the next decade. By some estimates, there could be over 1 billion passengers in the air in the very near future. But with this increased number of flights, pressure is beginning to build on our already overburdened air infrastructure. Long lines, delayed flights, safety concerns, and a host of other issues have changed the once glamorous dream of flight into a nightmare for many flyers. With this increased number of passenger flights crowding into an already clogged airspace, it's plain to see that today's aviation system cannot meet 21st century needs. To address this problem, a unique governmental and commercial plan is being developed to create the next generation air transportation system, or NGATS. Designed by the Joint Planning and Development Office, or JPDO, this collaborative team has developed a multi-stage approach to transform the ailing aviation system. To help us understand what the JPDO hopes to accomplish, I spoke with Dr. Sherry Borner at the National Air and Space Museum's Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center near Washington Dulles International Airport to find out more.
Well, the NGATS is the next generation air transportation system. It's our vision for how the future of aviation and the delivery of aviation services in the country will be. So it includes everything from the changes in the airplanes that you see around you here,
Sure.
the way that air traffic control will be handled, even the way passengers will be processed in terminals and the kind of information that will be available to them while they're waiting for their flights or trying to find their baggage. The people who are involved in the Joint Planning and Development Office are doing their best to make the experience of actually flying pleasant, but not only that, they want to make it possible for many, many more people to take advantage of the system. We really want the system to be very predictable and reliable because it is the backbone of so much of what the country does. The aviation system really contributes to every part of American life, so it shouldn't be a pain in that way. It should be something that's really enhancing. So we're trying to deal with the airport problem, we're trying to deal with the throughput problem, but we're also trying to deal with the problems that aviation causes as a result of, emissions and noise. So a lot of NASA's research is actually aimed at making engines more efficient so they make fewer pollutants and they're less damaging, and the noise footprint from the aircraft is minimized so people can live near the airport like they do here at Dulles. The final thing is that we want to be able to accommodate anybody's way of doing business or wanting to use the system. So that means we have to have all kinds of partners because they need to work together. They all affect the aviation system. So the FAA and NASA are involved, but also the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Commerce, and even the Department of Defense.
So what's the problem with today's system?
Well, it's not that the system has problems. In fact, it's that the system is very good. And people want to use the system so much that we're running out of capacity. So if we keep doing things the way we do them now, which are very safe, we will not be able to continue to grow at the rate that people want us to. And we would like to be able to give everybody the opportunity to fly the way that they do now. If they want to go home for Thanksgiving and they want to take 25 people with them, they should be able to do it. So we have to change.
When do you think this change will occur?
Oh, wow, things are changing right now. The controllers, a large number of them are near retirement. So the way that the controllers do their jobs is going to change very, very soon. In addition to that, there's a movement afoot to change the way that we handle fuel burn and emissions so that we'll be able to operate in a lot of smaller airports, make a lot less noise. So if you looked at the changes that will happen, they will be continuous between now and 2025. All the partners in the JPDO want this system to be different, and this is the perfect time for us to be making the change. So many different things are going to happen anyway, that this is the moment to make the system exactly the way we would like it to be instead of putting in a patch here and there to make it go along 5 or 6 more years. So everybody in the JPDO has really put their hearts into developing the best approach so that we can actually deliver the goods at the end of the day.
I'll be back later in the show to discuss the historic and revolutionary flight of the X-43 aircraft. But before that, did you know that in the early days of flight, there was no radio communication between aircraft and the ground? In fact, one of the first commercial airlines, the Aeromarine flying boat, used homing pigeons to relay messages to the ground from 1920 to 1923. With the pigeon coop attached to the wing, an intrepid Aeromarine employee would pull one of the birds from the coop, wrap a message on its leg, then throw it out of the plane. This technique was only marginally successful due to the fact that many of the pigeons were eaten by hawks on their way back to their home base. This practice was stopped in 1923 when radios were added to the planes, making the pigeons obsolete.
In recent years, Mars has been in the forefront of scientific study. With NASA's new goal to have human crews land on Mars in the near future, there has been a big push to learn more about the red planet. Although our current rovers, landers, and satellites have provided a wealth of information about Mars, huge gaps in our knowledge still exist. In an effort to help bridge this gap, NASA planners are discussing new missions that can be used to help prepare for human exploration there. One mission currently under review is an aerial survey of Mars using a rocket-powered airplane. This type of mission would give scientists a detailed look at Mars, which is not currently available using our existing rovers and satellites. Jennifer Pulley finds out more.
Perhaps the most studied planet in our solar system other than Earth is Mars. Since the 1960s, NASA scientists have been sending robotic missions there that have helped us better understand the red planet. Now, these missions provided a great wealth of information about Mars, but they've had their limitations. Martian orbital satellites have given us a good overview of Mars, but have not been able to provide us with all of the detailed information that scientists need. Other missions, such as the Viking landers and the Mars Exploration Rover missions, have also been very valuable, but have only been able to provide us with information from a very small section of the planet. These limitations reduce the amount of scientific information needed by NASA researchers to plan for long-term robotic and human missions to Mars. To help bridge this gap, many believe that new missions need to be planned that can gather important information over long distances while also remaining close to the ground. One mission currently being discussed is a Mars airplane called the Aerial Regional Scale Environmental Survey of Mars, or ARES for short. Now, this rocket-powered aircraft would be able to take important measurements of the Martian surface and atmosphere, which have previously proven to be elusive. To help us better understand how this aircraft would work, I spoke with Dr. Joel LaVergne at NASA Langley Research Center.
Ares is an airplane that will fly about a mile above the surface of Mars and will travel for hundreds to thousands of miles. It's designed to fly through the atmosphere of Mars and obtain measurements of the surface, the atmosphere, and climate of Mars that could not be obtained any other way. Up to now, we've put orbiters around Mars, and we've put landers and rovers around Mars. Orbiters circle the planet, and they make continuous measurements of the whole planet, but they don't have very good spatial resolution. What that means is, if there were a football field on Mars, we probably wouldn't see it from orbit because they're 250 miles above the planet. On the other hand, landers and rovers are on the surface. They count every rock and every stone on the surface. Ares will be an intermediate platform. It will allow us for the first time to combine the measurements made from orbiters with the measurements made from landers. Ares is not a small airplane. Ares is like a Cessna. It has a wingspan of 22 feet and it's 16 feet long. And because it's so big, we have to fold Ares up. We fold the tail over the body, we fold the wings under the plane. And we put Ares in an aeroshell. The aeroshell enters the atmosphere of Mars, traveling 17,000 miles an hour. Then Ares pops out of the aeroshell and unfolds and begins its flight.
Dr. Levine, what will Ares be able to tell us about Mars that we don't already know?
Another very interesting thing an airplane can do that an orbiter can't do is sample the atmosphere from within the atmosphere. We call that in situ sampling. And the airplane will carry instrumentation that will actually bring samples of the Mars atmosphere in the airplane where we analyze it with special chemical instrumentation. And one of the things that we can look for, and one of the things we plan to look for, are certain gases in the atmosphere of Mars that are only produced by biological activity.
Recent observations from the Mars Express orbital satellite have detected chemical signatures that show the presence of methane gas on Mars. The discovery of methane is important because it's known that 99.9% of all methane found in our Earth's atmosphere is produced by living organisms. The positive detection of methane on Mars gives us a great deal of hope that life does in fact exist there. But the satellite observations that took these measurements can only see a very broad section of Mars and are not able to pinpoint the source of the methane. This is where the Ares aircraft would come in. It would be able to travel to a promising spot and fly low enough to pinpoint the source of the methane. Once the methane source is pinpointed, the instruments aboard Ares would be able to determine if the methane is in fact a signature of life. This is very important because the measurements returned from Ares could definitively prove the existence of life on another world. Now, this is an unmanned aircraft, right? So what type of instruments will be on board Ares?
Right now, if we had to decide on the science payload, we would pick an instrument that analyzes the atmosphere. We would also have an instrument which would look at the ground of Mars as we fly over, and it will measure the mineralogy and chemical composition of the ground. We'll also study magnetism in the crust of Mars. And one of the most exciting instruments on the airplane is not really a scientific instrument, it's a video camera. The video camera will be in the tail of the plane. As we fly, the airplane will be in the foreground, and in the background you'll see the Mars surface as we fly over. What better way than to bring the public, to bring the world with us as we fly through the atmosphere of Mars? We believe we can help rewrite the textbook about planet Mars with our first flight of Ares on Mars.
So how will you control Ares from the Earth? Will it be done remotely?
We're not going to control Ares remotely because the time it takes for a radio signal to go from Earth to Mars or Mars to Earth can be 15 minutes to 30 minutes because of the distance involved. We will pre-program Ares, and if something happens during the one-year flight to Mars, we can alter the computer program. We can transmit new instructions to the airplane in the spacecraft as it's flying to Mars.
If Ares is going to be flying in the Martian atmosphere, how do you test it here on Earth?
The atmosphere of Mars is very, very thin. It's about 1% of the thickness of the Earth's atmosphere. In fact, near the surface of Mars, the atmosphere is like the Earth's atmosphere at 100,000 feet. This presents a very interesting problem because, as you know, an airplane depends on lift to fly. Lift depends on the density of the atmosphere. So what our engineers had to do is design and build an airplane that has a very large area on the wing, and the airfoil, which is a curvature of the wing, had to be designed in such a way to give maximum lift. Now, we have tested the airplane in several wind tunnels at the NASA Langley Research Center, and in September 2002, we actually did a high-altitude test. The plane was put in a high-altitude helium balloon. It went up over 100,000 feet. It was folded up. We deployed the airplane from the balloon. It started to fall to Earth. Then the wings snapped open and the tail opened, and it was in controlled flight. So we tested this under Mars conditions.
How can the Ares mission contribute to human exploration of Mars and beyond?
Ares can scout out the area where humans will land, make sure it's safe, it's level, there are no craters, no mountains, no hills. Because we're close to the planet, we get very high resolution measurements. Another thing that Ares can do, which is very important, is we believe there's water below the surface of Mars. And humans will use that water for drinking and for other resource management once on the surface. Ares can determine which areas of the surface of Mars have subsurface water. So we believe that even though Ares was designed for scientific exploration of Mars, that there is an important role for Ares to support the exploration of humans, reduce risk, and ensure the safety of humans living and exploring Mars. On December 17, 1903, not too far from the Langley Research Center in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, history was made with the flight of the first powered airplane. Our lives have not been the same since. We are hoping and expect that the first flight on Mars by Ares will revolutionize the way we study planets, will revolutionize the way we obtain scientific data, and will provide a new and important tool to ensure the safety of humans living and exploring on Mars.
Researchers believe that this type of aerial exploration may also be used on other planets as well. Of course, one of the key areas of study for NASA researchers here on our home planet is the safety of passenger flights. This concern has been a cornerstone of research from early studies in stalling and icing problems up through our present safety issues. While NASA researchers have had innumerable successes in aircraft safety, one of the most important came with the development of effective wind shear detection. Here's Brad Breckenridge to tell us how NASA researchers solved one of the biggest aircraft safety problems in recent history.
Not long ago, a very dangerous form of wind shear called a microburst was one of the leading causes of aircraft accidents around the world. This sudden downburst of air was identified as causing over 25 airline accidents between 1964 and 1985, resulting in 625 fatalities. With mounting public pressure to help prevent these types of accidents from occurring again, researchers at NASA were asked to develop technologies which would help aircraft detect and avoid these dangerous microbursts. The wind shear detection system that resulted from this pioneering work has undoubtedly changed flying for the better, forever. In the summer of 1985, an all-out effort was made to understand the wind shear phenomenon after another deadly aircraft accident occurred due to wind shear. Within months of this accident, researchers at NASA began conducting tests on systems that could help aircraft detect and possibly avoid these deadly winds. But before a solution could be found, researchers needed to know exactly how wind shear, and specifically the more dangerous microburst wind shear, worked. They understood that wind shear is a sudden change in wind velocity in a given direction. Aircraft often experience these shifts in winds while in flight, but at higher altitudes, they have enough speed and height to compensate. Although, when an aircraft encounters wind shear during a takeoff or landing, it's much more serious. This is because the plane is close to the ground and has very little extra speed to maneuver. In a microburst, a column of air cools rapidly and generates intense downbursts that create powerful wind currents near ground level. These downbursts are especially dangerous because they often mislead pilots into making wrong decisions. When first entering a downburst, the pilot notices a performance-enhancing headwind, which causes him to naturally pull back on the engines. This headwind is then followed by a sudden downdraft, which rapidly pushes the aircraft downward, followed by an extreme tailwind. Because the engines are already at a low power setting due to the pilot's first instinct to throttle back, the aircraft does not have enough power to climb out of the downburst, potentially causing an accident. With this knowledge in hand, NASA researchers knew they had to find a way to give aircraft enough warning to either power up and fly through the wind shear or to avoid it altogether. Since ground-based radar systems already existed, researchers began developing a system to be installed on the aircraft itself. To be successful, this system would need to give pilots at least 10 to 60 seconds prior warning to avoid danger. After years of developing advanced sensor technologies in NASA labs on the ground, it was time to test the system in the air. For these experiments, NASA Langley's 737 aircraft was chosen to be the flying test bed. The only way to accurately determine if a system worked well was to fly the aircraft into a microburst, putting the aircraft and crew in danger. Researchers tested several types of sensors, but a system called forward-looking Doppler radar held the most promise. In June of 1991, the first airborne flight tests were conducted aboard the 737. This research continued through the summer of 1992. But by the end of testing, researchers had successfully developed a wind shear detection system that gave pilots at least 40 seconds of warning prior to entering a microburst. Finally, the wind shear problem had been solved. This system was so successful that a commercial version was available within a year. Today, every major air carrier in the United States has forward-looking wind shear radars installed aboard their aircraft. The wind shear program at NASA Langley has been universally praised by both government and industry as being an invaluable life-saving tool. Perhaps the best praise for this program came from former Langley Center Director Jeremiah Creedon, who said, "This is NASA at its best. We might get that good again, but we can't get any better."
NASA researchers are continuing to find ways to make flying safer through an innovative plan called the Aviation Safety and Security Program. The goal of this program is to reduce accident rates by a factor of 10 over the next 20 years. Coming up, we'll look at the success of the hypersonic air-breathing X-43 aircraft. But first,
Did you know that the 737 used by NASA in the wind shear test was actually the first 737 ever built? After it was acquired in 1974, this airborne trailblazer went on to participate in over 20 groundbreaking NASA programs, including critical work in the development of glass cockpits, data link for air traffic control, microwave landing systems, runway friction testing, and the satellite-based global positioning systems. In its over 20 years of service, this single plane helped transform and redesign NASA's in-flight research programs. It was replaced with a 757 aircraft in the mid-90s and was finally retired from service on September 19, 1997. It is currently being housed at the Boeing Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington.
currently it costs about $10,000 per pound to lift payload into space. With this type of expense, NASA researchers are looking for alternate means to reach orbit. One possible solution currently on the table would use air-breathing scramjet technology to lower costs. This aeronautical principle was first studied in the 1960s with successful tests on the X-15 airplane and has recently been tested again in the groundbreaking HyperX program. The X-43 aircraft used during testing broke all previous air-breathing speed records, flying at more than 7,000 miles per hour. Let's go back to Johnny Alonso to find out how it works.
On November 16, 2004, NASA made history with the third and final flight of the X-43A, a rocket-powered vehicle that tested the limits of an air-breathing engine by flying at more than 7,000 miles per hour. Preliminary data from NASA's HyperX research vehicle showed its scramjet engine worked successfully at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, as it flew at about 110,000 feet. This flight was a key milestone and a major step forward in producing boosters that may send large and vital payloads into space in a reliable, safe, and inexpensive manner. The success of the HyperX program may ultimately help advance the vision for space exploration while helping to progress commercial aviation technology into the 21st century. NASA Dryden Chief Engineer Laurie Marshall worked on the HyperX program through the last historic flight and explains the significance of its success.
The X-43A flights definitely represent an important milestone in aviation history.
Similar to the way that the Wright brothers paved the way by demonstrating that powered flight was possible, the X-43A has demonstrated that scramjet-powered hypersonic flight was possible and opened the door for new aircraft designs. The flight data from our X-43A flights will form the building blocks for the future designs of these new aircraft. There are several different applications in which hypersonic flight or scramjet engine technology could be used. Some of them are commercial, some maybe even focusing on spaceflight. As far as spaceflight goes, there's a few different applications that could be used. During the course of the HyperX program, we've often talked about reducing the cost of access to space, and that's clearly one thing, but I think that really comes from the fact that we could fly more frequently, and the turnaround times would be shorter. Another thing that we could actually benefit by using scramjet technology or hypersonic flight would be to make your flights safer. And that really comes from the fact that your vehicle would fly more like an airplane as opposed to a rocket. So now that the X-43A has demonstrated that scramjet-powered hypersonic flight is doable, what's next? Well, there's always new concepts and new technologies out there that need to be explored. Researchers are constantly working on those things. While one group of researchers is going to be working to develop and perfect the scramjet engine technology that we've demonstrated here, another group can be looking at new concepts like anti-gravity or speed of light. Basically, they're going to be working to turn science fiction into science fact.
Who knows? Current aviation as we know it might be a thing of the past. Aviation technology is undergoing some of the most impressive and revolutionary changes that we've seen since the Wright brothers' first flight in 1903. Across the world, designers are racing to create fantastic new aircraft that can fly humans higher, faster, and further than ever before. Airliners will eventually take us into the edge of space and around the planet in minutes, while utilizing new propulsion systems that might make the jet engine obsolete.
That's it for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
So you love animals, have always loved animals, right? And you think you might want to devote your whole career life to working with them? It can be extremely rewarding, that's for sure. Can't it? And then again, there are those days. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina. You know, I didn't set out to be an animal ambassador, training and management. And this program gave me a really varied background in animal training, care, handling, wildlife education, veterinary skills, and more. During college, I visited SeaWorld and knew that was where I wanted to work. I applied, was hired, and started out training pinnipeds at Sea Lion and Otter Stadium, and eventually worked with all the different animals throughout the entire park. Ultimately, I became SeaWorld of San Diego's curator of animal training, exposing me to every aspect of animal care in a zoological park setting. So how'd I get from animal curator to animal ambassador? Well, I think it was definitely destiny. One of my roles at SeaWorld had been media spokesperson for the parks. More and more, conservation was becoming a very personal issue for me, and I became extremely passionate about animal habitat and preservation, as well as working with partners that support conservation. When the animal ambassador job was offered, I readily accepted. It gave me the opportunity to combine everything I loved and believed in: That's my story, but there are lots of others. So get ready to hear about some common and not so common jobs working with animals. Who knows? You might discover your own career path by the end of this program. And in the meantime, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, who has a pretty unusual job himself.
What do you mean, an unusual job? Doesn't everybody get to do what I get to do? Well, no question, I have a pretty cool job as a beluga whale trainer at SeaWorld. You know, working as an animal trainer is one of the most desired jobs at SeaWorld, and quite honestly, it's one of the toughest to get. Now, the competition is fierce, and once you make that first cut, well, the hands-on portion of the interview, it just gets tougher. Before I talk about the challenges of being a SeaWorld animal trainer, let me just say that it's definitely got its rewards. It's all about caring for animals while giving the general public some fun facts and a good time. So, if you're passionate about animals, here's what you need to do in order to qualify for an interview. You must be 18 years of age and scuba certified. You can't be shy about working in front of large groups of people because education and entertainment are a big part of a trainer's responsibility. A background in psychology or animal science is helpful, and strong swimming skills are absolutely essential. Check it out. You need to swim a 220-foot freestyle, 120 feet underwater, surface dive 24 feet, pick up a 5-pound weight and bring it to the surface, all in 72 degrees salt water, without a wetsuit. That's right, it's bathing suits only. Now, you might assume that animal trainers have it easy. Well, let's rethink that. It's not 9 to 5, it's not weekdays only, and it's not just about direct animal contact. And like any job, there are days when everything runs like a top, and there are days where nothing goes right. Good and bad, easy and tough, down and dirty. It's all in a day's work as a SeaWorld animal trainer, but the payoff's definitely worth it. Luckily, if you visit any of the Anheuser-Busch adventure parks and participate in one of our interactive programs, we won't put you through quite a rigorous orientation. Well, as much fun as it is working hands-on with animals at the park, it's just as exciting working with animals in the field. Take a look at what I mean. It's August in Canada, the short time of year for the sweet taste of summer. It's also the best time to spot pods of beluga whales during their seasonal visit. 800 miles north of Winnipeg, the town of Churchill lies beside the Hudson Bay. Beluga whales are plentiful this time of year on their annual migration. They come to the mouth of the Churchill River where the waters are warmer, the fish plentiful, and to raise their calves. It's a perfect opportunity to observe natural behaviors and patterns, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, very little is known about where the beluga whales go or what they do after they leave Churchill. Belugas are curious by nature, and you can see that they like to have fun with the camera as well as the boats. This lack of fear made them an easy target when hunting was allowed until the 1960s. Known as sea canaries, belugas are very vocal, and their audible sounds can be monitored and analyzed as a way of learning more about their communication patterns. There is still much to be learned about beluga whales, but researching their behaviors in their home waters allows us to take this information and incorporate it into our park habitats. When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction. One of our most popular activities at SeaWorld San Antonio is participating in a BIP, Beluga Interaction Program. Guests sign up for a BIP in advance, then attend a brief orientation and classroom training program on site where they learn what to expect when they get in the water with the whales.
To touch them, to have them respond to me, to look in the eye that closely was something that was real special.
It's the only place in the world you can do this.
See what I mean? When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction.
the smaller animals we use in our education programs receive expert care. Park personnel we refer to as our animal string have to know how to care for snakes, baby alligators, turtles, shark hatchlings, rabbits, hedgehogs, and tarantulas. The animal string has to know about a whole range of creatures. It's an amazing thing.
Animal training sure is an exciting job to have, but what about the obvious animal career? Veterinary medicine. What do you say we take a look at veterinarians in a not so obvious way?
Proceed with the operation. Roger. 30 seconds.
What words come to mind when you imagine what it must be like to be a veterinarian in a zoological park? Variety might be one word. Diversity might be another. Or how about multitasking? One thing is certain. To be an effective vet in a zoological park, you gotta have a pretty broad knowledge base. You just never know when you might need to draw blood from a dolphin, help birth a rhinoceros, or fix a cracked shell on a sea turtle. I recently tagged along with SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Walsh. He completely understands this required diversity.
Well, being a veterinarian at SeaWorld is a lot of work, but we're exposed to animals anywhere from a 10-gram bird or a baby sea turtle to a 10,000-pound killer whale. In fact, lately we've been working on a 300-pound female alligator that has a foot infection.
Well, were you able to actually clear up the infection?
I think so.
Dr. Walsh has to function not only as an alligator surgeon, but also as a bird doctor, a whale vet, and a sea lion dentist.
We get a look at the gums, the teeth, the tongue, everything in there to make sure it's okay.
What's one of the most satisfying parts of being a vet? Busch Gardens' Dr. Burton shares his #1 pick.
I think probably the most gratifying part of the job is when we see births of new animals. And very seldom do we actually get to observe the birth. Usually we come in the morning and we find a new baby. Since I've been here at Busch Gardens, I've actually had the opportunity to watch a couple of giraffe births, and that's very gratifying, very special experience.
Knowledge comes in many forms, and for some vets, just knowing about animals isn't enough. Heidi Stout, Oil Spills Program Director at Tri-State Bird Rescue and Research, knows that sometimes situations require more than animal knowledge. She was called upon to head a team of veterinarians and bird specialists from around the world in response to an oil spill off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa. This spill, which occurred in May of 2000, threatened an entire population of African penguins. Heidi's varied expertise helped her to react soundly in this emergency situation.
To respond to oil spills and to respond to oiled animals or oiled wildlife, you need your basic veterinary skills, but you also need the ability to do a lot of problem solving. Many times when you go in and do a spill response, you're creating a whole hospital out of something that wasn't meant to be a hospital for animals. So you have to work together on a team to build the facilities that you need at the time of the response.
Reacting in a crisis situation is second nature to SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois. Lauren also responded to the South African oil spill when the worldwide call for help went out. The knowledge she gained overseas helped tremendously upon her return, where she helped launch the opening of the Oiled Wildlife Care Center located at SeaWorld San Diego.
Our new Oiled Wildlife Care Center was opened just this past July. It was decided with SeaWorld and also with different organizations that there was an area in San Diego and Southern California that needed to have a facility available that if there was an oil spill, we would be able to care for a number of birds as well as mammals.
This 8,000 square foot state-of-the-art complex provides ample recovery space for a maximum of 200 seabirds and includes a 32,000-gallon multi-use rehab pool, which can accommodate up to 20 sea otters or pinnipeds.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
If knowledge and diversity keep the mind and body active, then these specialists are running in overdrive. One thing's for sure, there's never a dull moment.
Maybe your science interest is combined with creativity. Well, I've got the job for you. Science writers research, write, and edit exhibit information, publications, curriculum material, program brochures, website content, you name it. Imagine, it's an amazing thing.
We've looked at many animal-related jobs inside aquariums and zoological parks like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens. And it all looks like a lot of fun, and believe me, it really is. But did you know that these jobs play an important role in better understanding animals and their natural habitats? And the more we understand about animals and their surroundings, the more we can do to help protect and preserve them in their environments. Let's see how in-park work translates to out-of-park conservation. Busch Gardens Tampa conservation specialist Tina Goody recently spent a year in the African Congo studying western lowland gorillas in partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Society. She discusses the importance of research in the field.
Field studies not only inspire people to learn more about their environment, but also it gives us a unique look at these animals that we see possibly in a zoo every day, and gives us a better idea of what we can do to give their homes at a zoo a more touch of reality, I guess, so they're happier.
Field research is a two-way street. It not only supplies valuable information to bring back to a zoological park, but researchers can offer insight into animal conservation to indigenous communities.
We've got a Clubby Bobo, which is working with the local kids, just teaching them to get more familiar with the animals in their own backyard so that they have a respect for them that they may not have had before.
Working in the field isn't all glory. It takes a lot of guts, too.
I miss people, my family and friends a lot, and also food. A lot of different types of food that aren't available in a national park in the middle of the Congo.
No doubt, gathering information from the field is extremely important. But in order to maximize the value, spreading the message is crucial.
If you have a desire, you can do it. It takes one person to make a difference. So if you want to do something in life, you go for it.
Whether it's gorillas, birds, or reptiles, one thing is certain. There's no shortage of passion for the people who work with animals. SeaWorld San Antonio's senior aviculturist Rob Yorty assisted in the coordination of a recent trip to Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands to help fuel research on a variety of animals. To date, this is the highlight of Rob's career.
Ever since I was a little child, I really wanted to go to the Galapagos Islands and see tortoises and penguins and marine iguanas. And by getting a chance to actually make an impact and do some research and try to help out the animals down there and the researchers and try to bring that kind of information back to the people in the United States has probably been the most exciting thing for me overall.
Rob feels that the blending of field work and in-park activities is an extremely valuable combination.
One of the real important things that I've been able to do and I've been able to share with a lot of my coworkers is taking the information from the field we get and bringing it back to SeaWorld San Antonio, but also taking our knowledge that we have learned here and taking it down to other areas like the project I do in Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands.
Hands-on interaction in the field and in-park experience mutually benefits staff, partners, and best of all, animals. It's a win-win-win combination.
So many mouths to feed. Food preparation is a vital part of caring for animals in a zoological park or aquarium. Every single day, 7,000 pounds of food are prepared for over 65,000 animal residents at SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, the largest zoological collection in the world. It takes tons of fish, meat, and vegetables to keep everybody healthy and happy. It's an amazing thing.
Start with the love of animals, add to that traveling around the globe, and add to that your own television show, and what do you get? Jack Hanna. Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures is one of the most popular long-running animal shows on television, and it's broadcast in 65 countries worldwide. But you know, you just don't become a TV personality overnight. Jack put years of effort into a variety of jobs at zoological parks, eventually working his way to director of the Columbus Zoo. We caught up with him at his base camp at Busch Gardens to find out what it took for him to get the experience, expertise, and knowledge that brought him to the point he's at today. Who knows? Maybe he has some tips on how you can become the next Jack Hanna.
Hi everyone, I'm Jack Hanna, here at my base camp, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
For years, every week, people all around the world have heard this greeting from Jack Hanna. From our living rooms alongside Jack, we have traveled to the Arctic Circle, Africa, Australia, Israel,
Jack of Arabia,
and everywhere in between. With a passion for animals, an unquenchable thirst for adventure, and a heart as big as his home state of Tennessee.
You take care, all right? And you're gonna survive. Here? All right.
Jack Hanna has made us misty-eyed with bittersweet tears and laughter. Jack successfully made the transition into television and is a master at knowing how to use the medium to reach many people.
I'm Jack Hanna. I never really tried to get into television. It just came almost as an accident. In 1978, 79, I did a lot of local cable TV in Columbus, Ohio. In 1981, 82, we did a show called Hannah's Ark with my daughter. In 1983, we had twin gorillas born at the Columbus Zoo, and Good Morning America came there on ABC and wanted to cover their birth, which was one of the first in the world. And then they came back the next month to look at the gorillas, and from then on, I've been doing Good Morning America ever since for the last 18, 20 years. In 1985, David Letterman started as a result of Good Morning America, so we've always done that show about once every 3 months. And so it's just one of those things that we try and reach different audiences in different ways to teach them about the animal world through the medium of television.
Reaching people is a definite advantage of television. Being famous also has its benefits. But did you ever wonder if there's a downside to being Jack Hanna?
Oh, man.
Well, as far as television, the toughest thing would be traveling. We're on the road about 290 days a year. You're not with your family a lot, especially a lot of the guys that work on the show, the camera guys, sound, people, producers, are on the road a great deal. That's difficult for all of us. Time zones, for example, the sleeping patterns. You're 8 hours off a lot of times, 12 hours off sometimes. Eating certain foods is very difficult for a lot of us, depending on where we are. These all make for a difficult time. The thing about a difficult situation is you try and make a fun situation out of it.
Jack has a great philosophy on making fun out of difficult times, but he's got an equally good philosophy on fear.
I don't think I've ever been really afraid of an animal. You know, when you're working with rattlesnakes and things like that, you're very, very careful. You respect that animal. And if you don't respect the animal, then it's going to end up in you getting hurt.
So if you want to be the next Jack Hanna, you have to know how to have fun in tough times, look your fears in the face, show the animals respect, and lastly, value other people working together with similar goals.
All of us have our own way of teaching about animals. So my advice to the next Jack Hanna is work with everybody and try and teach in a fun and entertaining way where people can learn and learn quickly, because we don't have that much time to save a lot of these animals.
Jack Hanna has a great career in front of the camera working with animals. But did you ever wonder who's behind the camera? The Nickerson brothers, Guy and Glenn, have a pretty cool animal-related job as cameramen for Jack's show. Oh, and Larry Elliston has traveled the world as Jack's producer. Come on, let's see what happens when we go behind the scenes. Come on.
Guy and Glenn Nickerson share more than one common interest. They both love photography and animals. These interests date back to junior high, as younger brother Glenn explains.
When he was in news and I was still in middle school, of course you always want to hang out with your big brother. And I used to go in. It was a big deal for me to go into the newsroom where he worked and get to push buttons and stuff like that and look at the stories he did. So I mean, that's, you know, he definitely got me into it.
Guy, on the other hand, got his big break through a high school class.
I think I first had my interest in photography in high school, doing still photos in one of my classes. And from there, I actually got an opportunity from journalism class to get a job at a TV station. And just watching what people did, it looked like it'd be a fun thing to do.
Working at a TV station is challenging in itself, but photographing animals had to create a completely different set of rules.
I had spent quite a few years shooting at Busch Gardens, and animals are animals. You know, whether they're in a facility like Busch Gardens or in the wild, you have to be patient with them. You have to learn to wait for behaviors. I mean, there are all kinds of things that, from working at Busch Gardens and filming for them, that I was able to take in the field.
Producer Larry Elliston's enthusiasm continues to shine through.
To work on a national program, I think one of the most important things is that you have a lot more people that you are telling stories to. It was a wonderful day when I started working on this program.
Both brothers and Larry find their work endlessly fascinating, and having traveled the entire world, each hold their own special memories and fears.
We had a good time filming gorillas in Uganda one time, and we actually got charged by a gorilla. That was pretty exciting.
We were out in the salt pans in the Kalahari Desert. It was just flat. And we got to ride around on four-wheelers to go to locations to do shoots, which was fun. I think anybody would have fun doing that.
Hands down, my most exciting experience in connection with the show was being in a shark cage, tip of South Africa, out on a part of the ocean called Shark Alley. And the shark got caught up a little bit in the lines for a few seconds, and it almost felt like the cage started moving underneath the boat, that he was pulling it with him, but he threw me back.
So if you want to work behind the scenes, take this advice.
Make sure you enjoy actually pointing the camera at something and making a picture, and that you're happy doing that alone, and then see where it takes you.
Also mentor, meet somebody and learn from them. Don't be a know-it-all. Go in there and be willing to listen to people and learn.
You know, media-related jobs aren't necessarily in television. In-park video production is a unique and valuable resource for public awareness, education, and news. We asked Hal Parham, Video Services Manager at SeaWorld in San Diego, to tell us a little bit more about his job working with animals.
To work in video services in a zoological park like SeaWorld, you have to manage several aspects of production. Hal explains.
We have our normal day-to-day routine that we have planned out, weeks in advance, but we do a lot of live shots to out-of-town television stations. Plus, on the technical side, you got to be able to do editing, be able to edit your own video. We do some videos that are shown in the park that are on displays and that are shown during the Shamu show. We also do in-house videos for marketing departments and education departments and so forth. So a lot of it is external, but there is a great deal of it internally.
Not only is variety a part of the job, but readiness to act on the spot is also a prerequisite.
We always have to keep in the back of our mind that we might be running off to a rescue at any moment. So we're always kind of prepared for that call, but you got to be ready just to pretty much grab everything and rush off to wherever the rescue is.
Hal gives some advice on getting into the field.
My advice would be, obviously, go to school, go to college, and try to get into internships with other TV stations and production companies. That would pretty much give you some really good experience in that whole thing.
Shamu Stadium here at SeaWorld in San Diego holds 6.7 million gallons of water. You'd have to take 268,000 baths in order to equal that amount of water. It's an amazing thing.
There's some pretty interesting and amazing jobs working with animals, and we've previewed several of them. What, you still haven't found what you're looking for? Well, check this out. So, if you love animals and you decide you want to devote your career to them, there's plenty of jobs to choose from. Working with animals can be extremely rewarding, from the closeness and trust you build in training or the joy you receive from caring for them, to the satisfaction you get knowing that you're helping save a species and raise awareness. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch, I'm Chuck Carreau, wishing you a future filled with fun and animals.
You can get a taste of what it's like right now by attending Adventure Camp at SeaWorld or Busch Gardens. To find out more about Adventure Camp or careers working with animals, log on to our website at www.seaworld.org. And thanks for joining us, and best of luck in your own career choice.
Let's face it, without brains, our bodies wouldn't know what to do. And more than ever, we let technology do the thinking for us.
Please drive to highlighted route.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do without modern technology. But without me, would a machine be just a hunk of metal? Or are brains, bodies, and machines inextricably linked? I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonso. In this episode of NASA 360, we're going to explore the connection between the body, the mind, and machine. From tools we'll use for future space travel, built to think like us, and even look like us.
Two very real applications we need right now, right here on Earth. But first, mind and machine merge in the virtual reality of the International Space Station.
Can you imagine what it'd be like doing a spacewalk? I mean, what goes on through your mind the second you dip out of the craft into the vastness of space? Awe, fear, total amazement? Yeah, definitely all of the above. But how do astronauts prepare for such an experience like that? Follow me. Well, for one thing, they swap stories. But they also pay a visit to this guy, Dave Homan, here at the Virtual Reality Lab at Johnson Space Center. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Glad to see you.
So, astronauts do some training here, right?
They do their training here. This is a virtual reality facility. We can assemble the actual space station orbiter configuration as it would actually be in space.
Can we give it a test spin?
Sure thing.
Let's go.
Right in there.
Right on. Yeah, that's gonna be me, right? I wish it was in basic black. I'm so gonna throw up.
We just shampooed the carpets last night. This is essentially where the astronauts come to work their protocol and procedures with between EVA crew members and robotic arm operators, so that it becomes like second nature to them. This is a place where they can actually work out those protocols on the ground before they get into space, and so that it's familiar to them, and it's not a surprise when they get on orbit.
You know, I can totally see how this would help astronauts. Thanks, Dave.
Sure thing. You ready to get out?
Absolutely. Okay. Look, whether you're aware of it or not, our brain is constantly responding to stimulus. I mean, thanks to our various senses, like our eyes, our ears. You get the picture. But when that stimulus is coming from a machine, does our brain respond the same way? Well, my good friend Jennifer Pulley at NASA Langley Research Center is taking a closer look at planes and pilots. See how they work together. Take flight.
One of the finest examples in history of how humans have used their minds to build machines to take their body places is aviation. Now, the technology aboard planes has come a long way, of course. Cockpits are digital, and they're more automated than ever. But is it possible to have too much of a good thing? Let's find out. This is a 757 cockpit. You have all the head-down information you would typically have. We have something here called a head-up display that I'm going to show you if you'd like. If you'd like to fly, I can show you a new technology we've been working on. Would I like to fly? Would I like to fly? Yes! Stir clutch? Not quite. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and put the sim into operate. You know, this reminds me of like driving a car. You know, same deal. You've got your speedometer at the outside, but I don't have all these instruments on my car. How do pilots not get overwhelmed and take all this in? That is a great question. The testing we do in here is we're looking at the best way to present information to a pilot. We want to do that so he maintains his situational awareness, so you remember there's a mountain out there. You remember which runway you're landing on. 16 right at Reno, not 16 left. And by doing that, we want to increase their situational awareness, but we also want to make sure their mental workload doesn't get so out of hand that it's overwhelming to fly. So what I hear you saying is you're looking at sort of a combination between protocol, aesthetics, what you see, and psychology. That's exactly right. We're looking at how humans best deal with information, how to best present that to them, and where to put it, and it's everything from visual to control. Sounds like it's never a dull moment for the pilot. Probably not, but you know what? On a long flight, like a long en route flight from, say, Paris to New York, at nighttime, when you really probably want to be sleeping, pilots, they keep all the information there, but they could become complacent. Not bored or anything like that, but there's technologies that you can look at. In fact, Dr. Alan Pope here at NASA Langley has been looking at brave wave technology in simulators
to be able to determine when a pilot might be becoming complacent.
Linda, I will be sure to talk to him. Thank you so much for your time.
So welcome. Thank you for coming.
Letting me fly.
You did a great job.
I appreciate that. All right, up next, Johnny Alonzo's down in Houston, Texas, and he's going to be looking at another NASA study designed to help pilots prepare for situations where they need to be 100%, especially when their minds and bodies aren't cooperating.
One very serious hazard for pilots is that moment when your eyes, your body, and the seat of your pants are telling you something completely different than what your plane is telling you. I mean, you can get thrown off, especially when you need to make a crucial decision, like when you're landing. Can we train the mind and body to work together to handle these intense situations? Maybe Dr. Scott Wood could tell us. Come on in. Doctor, how you doing? Okay, good to see you. So, tell me, what do you do here to keep these astronauts cool?
Oh, you know, we're just getting ready to start a study. Why don't we show you in the next room?
Let's go.
Let's go.
So what do we have here?
What we have here is a motion simulator that we've used with pilots and some of our returning astronauts.
Okay.
So it's creating some of the confusing, challenging sensory conditions that pilots experience.
All right.
And what we're really excited about is some of the new sensory aids that we've been looking at. Actually, this has been developed through some research in the Navy. And the point is, sometimes when you're in these challenging situations, it's not that we don't have enough information for the pilot in the displays. Sometimes it's just grabbing their attention, having them pay attention to it. And that's the point of these tactors. So these are small little pager motors. They're right here. And what they do is they vibrate.
So wait, let me clarify something. These are sensors. So, I mean, when it's strapped on the body, if the pilot has to go right, they will feel like a vibration on the right side of their body.
That's correct, yeah. That's their feedback. It's kind of like a tap on the shoulder just to get their attention and let them know what direction they need to correct.
Very cool. And you said you have Julie helping us out today?
Yeah, so Julie's going to wear these and get in our motion simulator.
You're braver than I am, I'll tell you that.
Okay, Julie, now we're going to try that with the tactor feedback.
So what are you having her do, Doc?
We're having her control her position so as the computer moves the chair off axis, she's trying to keep herself centered, similar to a pilot trying to keep their aircraft hovering in the same position.
I am so glad that's not me. Look, don't go anywhere. When NASA 360 returns, we're going to take a closer look at your brain.
Notice that anytime you're thrown off balance, the first thing you want to do is to get some solid footing. Well, your feet know where to go because you know which way is up and you know which way is down. You can do that because of something called the vestibular system. Now that's the system that sends signals from the inner ears to the eyes to the muscles that keep us upright. Most of the time, the vestibular system does its thing without us ever having to consciously think about it. But guess what? In space, in the free fall of microgravity, there is no up and there is no down. And that throws the vestibular system way off. In fact, it makes some people physically ill. It's a little something the folks here at NASA call space motion sickness. But researchers think with a little training, astronauts can actually use their minds to overcome their body's desire to, well, you know.
It's true. Space motion sickness causes problems, but NASA is now working on additional training for astronauts before they fly, and this is where that'll happen. This is Deborah Harm, and she's working on ways to prevent space motion sickness. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good,
Nice
good to
meet
see you. My pleasure. What do you call this thing?
Its official name is DOME, which is an acronym for Device for Orientation and Motion Environments.
Okay.
But most people just think of it as a big virtual reality training system.
Cool.
And we're getting ready to test someone. Would you like to come in and see?
Sure, let's check it out. Okay. And I hope I don't get sick. Oh, wow.
This is neat.
Full immersion virtual environment system.
Totally. When does space sickness often occur? On the way to space or throughout the mission?
It doesn't occur throughout the mission. The biggest time for space motion sickness is in the first 24 to 72 hours on orbit, and then again upon return from spaceflight.
Oh.
So, and any time you change the gravity conditions, there's likely to be some motion sickness.
Can we fire this up?
Yep, it's ready to go. We just have to show her how to use the space ball, and she can fly through the station.
Well, while you're showing her, I'm walking out. You guys do what you gotta do. Deborah, that was awesome. Thank you so much for everything.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Talk about mind over matter. Jennifer, you're up.
Now, we all know that when our minds begin to wander, we are a lot slower to respond to things. And really, that's not good if you're a pilot. But what makes that happen? Our friend, Dr. Alan Pope. Hi, Dr. Pope.
Hi.
He decided to actually take a closer look into what was going on in the brains of those pilots as their minds were beginning to wander, right?
That's right. We used an electroencephalogram, or EEG, to study the pilot's brainwaves while they were interacting with flight deck technology.
What is a brainwave? I mean, I know I have them going on. I don't think I've ever seen one before.
Well, they look like waves. There are large waves and small waves. And we studied 3 different kinds of brainwaves: alpha waves, beta waves, and theta waves. And they differ from each other by their size, how large the valleys and hills are, and how spread apart they are.
Now, the system that you used in your study to study the pilot's brainwaves, a little different than an EEG. Tell me about it.
We started using a closed-loop system, and it's closed-loop because the pilot's brainwaves are connected to the simulator.
Sounds like the pilots were actually controlling the simulator, like a mind control video game?
It's sort of like that, it is. And we realized that that kind of setup was very much like a neurofeedback system that's used to train, to treat ADHD.
Well, what did you find?
Well, that's where this guy comes in, Dr. Dominic Greco. His company has an exclusive license with NASA to produce this video game technology.
And he's here?
He's here.
Oh, let's go meet him.
Hi, Dominic. How you doing?
Good, Alan.
This is Dr. Greco, the founder of Smart Brain Technologies.
So nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you, Jen.
This is amazing, a video game that's controlled by your brain.
It's controlled by your brain just like the work Dr. Pope was doing with the flight simulators. But instead of using a flight simulator, we're using real PlayStation and Xbox video games.
Can I try it?
Let's get going. You're getting lots of feedback from your brain activity.
Yeah, this vibration that I feel. What is that?
Vibration is saying that you're becoming a bit too anxious and you need to relax and calm down.
Now, why does this help kids with ADHD? And I'm thinking I might have ADHD, Dr. Greco.
As we measure that activity, we feed it through the neurofeedback device and it sends a signal to the game controller.
Okay.
So the only way you can be competitive in the game and do a good job is by producing the right kind of brain activity.
Oh, see, that's cool. Finish! I won! I don't know about that, but God, this was my brain on technology. How cool is that? What's next? I'm sure there's something coming up.
Well, actually, I have some students right over here working on some stuff, so get unhooked and let's go.
All right. Help. Help.
Here's some of my students who are working on the next generation of neurofeedback video game with an educational component. Chase, what's going on here?
Well, Dr. Pope, as you know, education and video games have really, for the longest time, been 2 separate realms. So our project here is really to try and incorporate them and add a bit of fun into learning. The idea is to reward students if they keep more engaged. If you stay engaged enough, then you will get a bonus later in the game during the interactive phase.
Thanks for being with us today, guys. We really appreciate it. Okay, guys, earlier in the show, we learned how our minds and machines work together to help prepare pilots for flight. Well, what about after they return to Earth? Did you know that some astronauts, when they return to Earth, have problem with their locomotion? To find out what that means and how NASA's fixing it, Johnny Alonzo's on the scene.
Okay, so we know our vestibular system is what keeps us upright and balanced here on Earth. And that going into space completely throws it out of whack. But did you know that when you return from space, your vestibular system stays out of whack for up to a few weeks? Well, we can't have astronauts stumbling all over the place. So guys like Dr. Jacob Bloomberg here have devised training techniques to help astronauts readjust to Earth. How you doing, Doc?
How are you?
Good to see you. Why do astronauts have such a hard time readapting to Earth?
Well, the human brain is remarkably adaptable and adapts to the zero-G environment of space. The downside of that is when you return back to Earth, you need to readapt to the Earth environment. And that can even take up to several weeks at a time.
Wow. So, Doctor, tell me exactly what's going on here.
Well, during this training, subjects walk here on the treadmill, and while they're walking on the treadmill, you can see that the visual scene moves up and down, and also the walking surface moves up and down too. And what this provides is a balanced challenge while you're walking. And this trains the brain now to become more adaptable to deal with some of these challenges. So you get better at dealing with it over time.
This is great for astronauts. What about Earth applications?
Well, falling is a real big risk factor for older adults, and we've been using some of this training to train older subjects to become more adaptable. So we think that'll prevent them from falling in the future. So we see some really widespread applications for this type of training.
Well, Doctor, this is giving my brain and body a workout. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Listen, stay tuned because when NASA 360 returns, we're going to take everything you've learned full circle with a look at robotics and bionics.
We all connect with various machines throughout the day, especially if we're at work. But what if your job is in an extremely remote location with intense physical demands? Oh, you might need your machine to do some of your work for you. Johnny Alonso is going behind the scenes to ask NASA, what has your robot done for you lately?
Just getting to space is tough enough. And spacewalking, it's like an extreme sport. So I sometimes astronauts need a helping hand. Or two. That's why NASA teamed up with DARPA. Together they're working on Robonaut, a humanoid robot that's going to work alongside astronauts in the extremes of space. How cool is that? Come on, let's go see what they're doing. Hey, what's going on, bro?
Johnny,
hey,
man.
good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Needless to say, this is Robonaut, right?
Absolutely, this is Robonaut. And actually, this is Robonaut in our planetary configuration. We actually have several different lower bodies that we put on Robonaut, but in this instantiation of the robot, we've got a four-wheel drive base.
Nice.
So we're visiting missions for the Moon and Mars.
This is just wild. I mean, it just looks like lasers should be shooting out.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic. Actually, there are lasers shooting out of this thing right here. It scans out in front of the base, looking for rocks and stuff to, so the obstacle avoidance, things like that. And actually, in terms of the sensing all over the robot, we've got force sensing going on right here. So it knew to come in and not squeeze the box too hard. So it was actually actively sensing kind of the weight of the box.
So Nick, when do you see this Robonaut technology, being used, like on the moon?
So as we head back to the moon, circa 2020, before the human missions end up on the moon, you can envision Robonaut landing on the moon, a year or two ahead of the humans to start, digging trenches for lack of a
putting together habitats.
Exactly, doing all the preparatory work that's going to be required so that when the astronauts land on the moon, they're just productive out of the box.
So is this timed 1-to-1?
Oh man, that's a great question. It depends on where it's operated from, and it depends on factors like the speed of light and stuff like that. So what we're actually looking in that instance is something that we call supervisory control, whereas I'm a guy back at mission control or a person in a lab or in a HAB module operating maybe 2 or 3 of these robots. And what I'm starting to do is I'm starting to tell the robot, go over here and do this activity. So I'm actually not controlling the actions of the robot 1-to-1, but I've stepped back at a very high level, and I'm controlling maybe 3 or 4 of these things, just pointing out activities for them to do.
So I just realized that Robonaut's spun, what, about 180 degrees?
when it has the when it's anthropomorphic like this, when I'm running the robot, it's then intuitive for me to control. So when I teleoperate the robot, I put the headset on, I put the virtual reality glove, and I step into this huge virtual environment of the robot. And I look down and I got robot arms, I got robot hands, I got robot legs. Yeah. And as I move around, the robot moves around and mimics my actions. You get a lot of advantage by making it look like a human.
Nick, thanks a lot, bro.
Johnny, pleasure, man.
See you soon, huh? Robonaut, later. Robotic technology obviously has some important applications in space, but lately, it's been making a huge impact here on Earth. Combining the powers of mind and the machine right where the body needs it, that's a technology with a whole lot of heart.
So, what do you get when you combine the revolutionary advancements in robotic arms and hands, like Robonaut has, with the neurofeedback technology that's helping kids with ADHD? Only the most amazing connection between mind, body, and machine. Bionic prosthetics. You heard me right. I'm talking about prosthetic hands and arms that are controlled by the mind. Jesse Sullivan has the first ever prototype. Just by thinking about it, he can remove a credit card from his pocket. He can stack cups using sensory feedback. The prosthetics can even improve his gait when the limbs are in the free swing mode. This is a culmination of decades worth of research by experts all over the country, and all brought together in just a few years for DARPA's revolutionizing prosthetics program, an idea born from the desire to help soldiers returning from war with the loss of limbs. Each element of the bionic prosthetic required a team of experts. Some perfected the control and dexterity of the mechanics. Others worked on the sensory feedback or on creating a lightweight design. And prototype 2 might include synthetic skin, flexible, integrated, lightweight, multifunctional skin called film skin. Oak Ridge National Lab is developing the temperature sensor for film skin, while the National Institute of Aerospace at NASA Langley Research Center develops advanced pressure sensors. Now, together, the sensors will allow an amputee to do something as simple as picking up a paper cup full of hot coffee. They'll be able to sense how hot it is and know how hard to squeeze the cup so they won't spill. It sounds simple. What were you expecting? Superhuman strength? It's only a matter of time. Human beings are continually adapting to new technology, yet there is still so much to learn about how our minds and bodies work together naturally. So, how deep will the relationship between mind, body, and machine go? Who's to say? A little human ingenuity goes a long way, and machines will no doubt join us in our endeavors, whether it's exploring new worlds or working to make our own a little bit better. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Thanks for watching NASA 360.
Wow. Am I a spaz or what? Is this working out?
The limbs are in the free swing mode. Ooh.
Looks like a brother of an ex-girlfriend that I dated a long time ago. So yeah, kind of agree with you. God.
After they've gotten back from space.
Back to you, Chip. Oh, again? How does Robonaut dance?
Well, I mean, we've actually programmed the YMCA.
You did? Can you show?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, just...
But it wouldn't be like, kind of like...
It'd be kind of the YMCA.
Or, oh my God, this camera's rolling!
want to see what's in
Yeah.
This is Miss Holly with the, please say the name of your company.
Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say that. I was. We are thrilled to have you here today.
Thank you.
We want to, if we holler our slogan, we're proud of our slogan this summer. It says over there what it is. If we holler that, we're like, will it cause a problem here and wake anything
They should
up?
be okay.
Now you're sure? We don't want to cause a problem right here.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Do we? No, she says it'll be okay. So let's, on the count of 3, what's our slogan? Dream big, read. Okay, do y'all remember? Dream big, read. Okay, on the count of 3, let's call it out. She says it's fine. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I think we're okay. Okay, she said we're fine. So here is Miss Holly. Yay!
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like she said, my name is Miss Holly Taylor, and I work for the Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South. That's a mouthful. Our company is a company that likes to share our knowledge of wildlife and the outdoors with people, especially young people. So I brought some amazing live animals to share with you guys today. This is called the World of Reptiles, this program is. So this program includes things like reptiles, things like snakes and lizards and things like that. Some people don't like these animals very much, but I just want you to know you're going to be seeing them and seeing them very closely. So please, let's go over some rules first, all right? Because these are live animals, we want to make sure they don't get scared. So, I need you guys to sit on your bottoms, crisscross applesauce, and stay behind the lines. This is what I need you to scoot back a little bit and stay behind the lines, okay? Keep these areas clear so I can walk around. I don't want to trip and fall with a reptile. You don't want me to either. So, stay seated, please. Do not get up and run around, especially when I've got the animals out. We need to stay as quiet as we possibly can as well, because we don't want to frighten the animals when I'm holding them. Frightened animals will bite and scratch and try to get away. That'll be happening to me. I'd rather it not happen to me. So let's keep it nice and calm and quiet. There will be no touching of animals today. These are like zoo animals for looking, not for touching. You don't want to touch them. They don't like being touched. So let's keep our hands to ourselves when I walk around. But I'm going to make sure everyone gets a nice close look at them the best that I can, okay? Also, I know you guys are going to have lots of questions, and that's great. Questions are how we learn. If you want to ask me a question, what should you do first? You should raise your hand. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to see how smart you guys are. So I'll be asking you lots of questions. If you want to answer one of my questions, what should you do? You should raise your hand. Let's practice that. Those of you guys who want to stay here and see all the cool animals by following all the rules, raise your hand. That better be everybody. Okay. Those of you guys who don't want to stay here by breaking the rules and be asked to leave, raise your hand. Hopefully there's nobody like that. Kids under 3 don't count for that one. So, all right. So let's make sure we stay quiet, stay seated, keep your hands down, and I will put the animals away and ask people to leave if you guys can't follow the rules. It's for your safety, number one. Okay? I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially me, but that's okay. I've been hurt before. All right. Also, cell phones. I'd appreciate if you guys silence those. I don't mind if you take pictures. Flashes won't bother the animals. So don't worry about that either. We ready to get started? Yeah. Okay. So today is called the World of Reptiles. First of all, who can tell me what a reptile is? What makes them different from other animals? Yes?
One thing is, most of the time they're cold-blooded.
Some lay eggs, and they are cold-blooded.
And most of the time they have scales.
Scales, good, no hair, they've got scales. What does it mean to be cold-blooded? Does anybody know that? Does it mean your blood is cold? What does that mean?
Like they stay in a very cold spot, like in some cold-blooded animals. They stay in somewhere where it's very dark.
Sometimes, yeah. Basically, what it means is you. Go ahead. Did you have a?
It means that they have to, like, if they're too hot, they have to go somewhere cold, and if they're too cold, they have to go somewhere.
Very good. You were on the right track. Good. Basically, cold-blooded means your body's the same temperature as your environment. So if a snake gets too cold, they got to move into the sun to warm up, or if they get too hot, they got to move underground to cool down. That's basically what cold-blooded means. Okay, so who can tell me? Remember to raise your hand. What is this? What have I got here? The Earth. Good. What do we call a map of Earth like this?
Globe.
Globe. Very good. This is a globe. this globe is special because you don't see any words on it, there's no boundaries. This is actually satellite pictures from space. So if you were an astronaut floating up in space looking down on Earth, it would look a lot like this without the valve. Let's talk about our amazing planet Earth. Raise your hand. This should be a review for most of you guys. What is the blue on our planet? What is the blue?
Water.
Okay, water. Good. Oceans, rivers, streams. What about the green? The green.
Land.
Yes, sir.
Grass.
Land. More specifically, what would be green from space, though? What would green be showing up? More specific than land. Grass. What else would be green from space besides grass? Trees, forest, good. So forest, what about the tan color? What would the tan color be like?
Sand.
Yes. Sand, what kind of environment would be sandy like this though?
Desert.
Deserts, good, deserts. What about the spot on the very top of our planet? What is that called? Which one's on top? North Pole, good. And then the what? South Pole, good job guys. Okay, one more. What is the imaginary line that runs around the center of the planet?
The equator.
The equator. Good job. You're a smart bunch. Okay, equator divides Earth in two equal halves. So this is our amazing planet Earth. We've got rainforests. We've got deserts. We've got frozen wastelands and grasslands. And all these places are home to unique animals. And we're going to stop around the different continents and learn about different reptiles found along the way. So our first stop of the day is going to be this continent right here. What is this continent? Africa. Good. Our first animal is an African animal. He is found right down here in southern Africa. Nice and green. This is African marsh and grassland. So let's meet him. Remember our rule to keep it nice and quiet. I'm going to need a towel for this guy. You'll see why. And I didn't mean to lie to anybody. This first animal is not a reptile at all. It's actually an amphibian. And a very dirty one. Don't freak out for the dirt, it's just dirt. Okay. He is alive. Watch his eye. He's alive. Okay. This is an African bullfrog, also known as an African pixie frog. This is the world's second largest frog, which means there's a frog that gets even bigger than this. When they come around, don't put your fingers up to his mouth, just look. He's a big frog, isn't he? Like I said, this is only the world's second largest frog. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog. Those guys are over a foot long from nose to rear end, not including the legs. That is the world's largest frog, and yes, that's a big frog, but these are pretty big too. These get about 5 or 6 pounds. He's about as big as he's gonna get. He's mostly air right now because whenever they get frightened, they puff up with air like that to look all big and strong. Now, like all amphibians, his skin is shiny and moist. Why do amphibians have to stay moist all the time? Does anybody know why? Shh, quiet down, guys. Does anybody know why?
Because he could go in water.
You guys are all doing it right now.
Breathing.
How they breathe. They actually breathe through their skin. That's why they have to stay moist all the time. You guys be patient. I'm going to squeeze through here. I don't want to step on you. I can stay more. Okay. Make sure everyone gets a nice close look at him. Everyone else stay quiet and be patient when they come around. So he's slimy. He's got to stay moist because that's how he breathes. Now, no touching. Just looking. You don't want to touch him. Waving at you. I told you it's just dirt, so don't panic. It's going to be a lot worse. It's just dirt. So, where these guys are found, there are 2 seasons. How many seasons do we have here? 4. Good. There's 2 seasons. Now, during those 2 seasons are the wet season and the dry season. And during the dry season, these guys are several feet underground. Because remember, they've got to stay nice and moist all the time, otherwise they will die. So during the dry season, they're underground. They make a cocoon for themselves. This cocoon is made out of mucus. You can tell me what mucus is. What's mucus? It's basically like snot. It's basically snot. Is it from drying out? Out of mucus. Right down. And when the rainy season finally does come, it soaks that mucus cocoon and softens it. He climbs his way out to come to the surface. Before he comes to the surface, he does something very interesting with that cocoon. What do you think he does with that cocoon? He eats it. That's right. It's like you guys eating your own snot. They eat that big cocoon and that goes to the surface. Right? You don't have to. Don't think about it too hard. So they climb to the surface, and then they find the girl African bullfrogs. Now the females are much, much smaller than the males. As a matter of fact, the females are about the size of his head. They're much, much smaller. There's a reason for this, and we'll get to that shortly. They find the girl African bullfrogs. They get together. The females lay as many as 4,000 eggs. It's a lot of kids. Not very many of them will survive. We have a lot of them. Wait a minute, you guys. Again, it's just dirt. Dirt don't hurt, as they say. Don't worry about it. So, after she lays her eggs, guess what she does? Doesn't die. What do you think she does? She what? Climb out? Well, horse pieces. Actually, no. What she does is she leaves. Mama does not take care of the babies. Daddy does. That's why Daddy's so big and strong. Now these guys actually have weapons, believe it or not. They have teeth in their mouth. Not very many frogs, or amphibians in general, have teeth, but they do. And they use those teeth to defend their babies, themselves, and to eat some very surprising things. These guys eat things like mice, snakes, small lizards, birds, each other. Anything they can fit to that mouth, they will eat. And they also can bite. That's why you're not putting your fingers. Wait a minute again. That way, that's why you don't put your fingers next to his mouth, because they do bite. And yes, it hurts. So I've heard. I've not been bitten by him yet. So, he saves those eggs until they hatch. How many days do you think it takes for those eggs to hatch? Give me any number.
It would probably take a whole month.
A month is a good guess. 7 weeks? Good guess. Go ahead. No? Think smaller. Smaller numbers. No. 4 days is a good guess. Think one more number. Yes. Yes. 2 weeks. Actually, those eggs hatch in only 2 days. Yes, 2 days. Now that's very fast. It is very fast, but the rainy season is very short. So they've got to grow up very quickly. In fact, in 18 days, they're ready to hop away. So what's the baby frog called before he gets its legs? Tadpole, good. Now tadpoles breathe water, adult and frogs breathe air. What is the big long word that means an animal transforming through several stages? What is that word? Do you know? I saw your hand go up for a second. Do you know? Life cycle, another word for it. Other than life cycle. Metamorphosis, good job. Metamorphosis, they go through metamorphosis. They go from a water-breathing animal. I got him, don't worry. Shh, too much talking. Shh. Too much talking. They go from a water-breathing animal. You got mud on you? Sorry, it's just dirt. Sorry. Yeah, try to look directly up when he's under you so you don't get dirt in your eye. It's amazing. It's a miraculous change. A lot of biologists still don't know how they do it. So he protects them during that time. He'll protect them from lions, from people, anything that walks by, he'll attack it. Now let me show you his short little legs. It's not the most dignified end of the frog, but look at his short little legs. Those legs. What? Don't make fun of him. You can't help it. He's got a cute little rear end, I think. So he's got short little legs. Those legs are not very good for swimming or for hopping. What they are good for, though, is for digging. These guys can dig several feet underground during the dry season, and they also will use their legs to dig in the channels and the pools where their tadpoles are and guide them to deeper water as their pools dry up. So they're very, very good daddies. When his job is done, everyone hops to the surface, or hops underground and waits for the next rainy season. Now you notice I have this towel. I don't just have this towel because he's very dirty. There's another reason for it. Have any of you guys ever gone outside and picked up a toad before? No. No, yes? Okay, who has? What did they do? They pee, okay. Now it's actually not pee. A lot of people think that it is. It's just water. All frogs and toads store water in a certain part of their body, and that's their emergency water supply. Remember, they cannot dry out. It's important that they don't dry out. So if someone like you or an animal picks them up, they'll release that water to try to scare you into dropping them. It doesn't give you warts. That's an old wives' tale. Warts are not caused by frogs or toads. Now, if a toad dribbles on you, it's a little bit of water. But if this guy decided to, it's a lot of water. I know it's been hot out there, but I really didn't want to hose you guys down. So that's why I have the towel with me today. And here's an interesting fun fact, a nice gross one. You guys will appreciate this. In the Kalahari Desert, there's a group of people known as the African Bushmen. And they're master survivors of the desert. They're desert people. One of their emergency supplies of water is they will actually dig up a toad, squeeze it, and drink the water out of their body. So, good tip for the next time you guys are stranded in the middle of the desert. Just dig up your nearest frog or toad. Okay, what kind of frog is this? Who remembers what kind of frog this is? African bullfrog. Good. They're also called an African pixie frog, but not because they're small and delicate and cute fairies. Pixie comes from the Latin name pixocephalus, which just means round head. So, you gonna wave for everybody? Wave for everybody. Come on, wave. Do it. Come on, wave. There he goes. He's lazy today. Okay, so they are very lazy. They just sit in their cage all day. They're kind of boring, really. Okay, so we were in southern Africa. Now we're going to jump north to the area above Africa. What is that called? Somebody different. Someone's got to know. Europe. Europe. We're going to Europe next. This next animal is from Europe. Also, a good example of how appearances can be deceiving in the animal world. Not everything is as it seems. Quiet down. Better, thank you. This is not a snake. He looks like one, but he's not. This is actually a European legless lizard. He's a lizard. Because he has no legs does not make him a snake. I'm going to tell you why he's not a snake. Several reasons, actually. Look at him. Remember, don't touch. Just look. You're going to see him hiss and throw his body around. He does not like being held, but don't worry about it. He's not going to hurt anybody. There's a few reasons why we know he's not a snake. If you look at his head behind his eyes, you're going to see holes. Those holes are ears. Snakes don't have those. Snakes are actually dead. But these guys have ears. Also, sweetheart, can you scoot back a little more? I don't want to trip over your feet. There you go. We've actually got room right here to scoot. You're also going to notice him blinking. Snakes don't do that either. Because these guys have eyelids and snakes do not. So they blink and they've got ears. They've also got several rows of belly scales, a different shaped head, and really just different behavior overall. So we know this is in fact a lizard and not a snake. Now his tail actually starts way up here. This is his tail. Now their tail, keep your hands down. Can I come around, keep your hands down so you don't want to touch them. Now their tails can actually break off. Why would it be good for a lizard to be able to lose his tail? Yes, ma'am. We can run away. Very good. That is a defense mechanism. They can lose or senesce their tail if a creature is trying to attack them and eat them. A lot of things like to eat these guys. Shh. Quiet down. That tail can break off. And if the tail breaks off, it'll actually thrash around and spurt blood everywhere. It'll attract the predator away and he can actually escape. Now he will regrow his tail. It won't be as pretty and long. It'll be dark and short and stubby. But he can survive and go on and live the rest of his life. Now these guys do actually have something left of legs. You guys won't be able to see it too well because I don't want to put them that close to your face. But if you were to look very close at the top of his tail, he's got these two tiny little nubs. Those nubs are actually called vestiges. They're not legs anymore. They don't really do anything. But they're kind of left over from when scientists think they had legs at one time. Now, they also have, I got him, don't worry. If he got out of my hands, hypothetically speaking, he's just going to escape. That's all he's going to do, so don't worry about it. He's harmless. Now, they also have a free-floating pelvis. But that pelvis also does not serve Russian word I know. It has taught you my entire knowledge of the Russian language. That means yellow belly in Russian. So that's the Russian language. So these guys are active mostly at the beginning and end of the day. What do you think that a creature like this would eat? What do you think he would like to eat? Someone help her out. Little mice, maybe, sometimes. It's all right. It's all right. What else? Bugs. There you go. These guys like to eat bugs or insects. Now, what is a meat eater called? What do you call a meat eater? Yes, ma'am. Carnivore. Good. What about a plant eater? What is that? Anteater. Herbivore. Good. What about if you eat both? Yes, ma'am. Omnivore. Okay. What about if you only eat insects? What is that called? I'll give you a hint. Insect is in the name. Too much talking, guys. What would that be, do you think? Insectivore. Insectivore. Good job. There we go. What's up, anybody? These guys are insectivores. I thought maybe you liked them. That's why I scored a little bit when I got them out. All right, they're insectivores. They do have teeth. They've got sharp, conical teeth and strong jaws. Their favorite foods are actually things like slugs and snails. They're like slimy stuff. This guy also has his little grubs a lot as well. Now he's about as big as he's gonna get. He's fully grown. I don't know for sure if it's a boy or a girl. They get about 3 feet long. These guys also have surprisingly long lifespans. Right down. These guys can live 50 years or more, which is surprising for an animal of this size. Someone just knows when to throw it in their face. Okay. Right down. Do we have any Harry Potter fans in here? Okay, let's test your geeky knowledge here. All right. So in I think the second movie, not sure which book it was, there was a mythological creature that looked a lot like this. What was that creature? Basilisk, good. He looks like the basilisk. He was actually inspiration for the basilisk. It's very similar in appearance. Obviously, the basilisk is much bigger. Now, the basilisk in mythology was the king of all serpents that could kill you by looking at you in the eye. But he's not the basilisk, so don't worry about it. This guy is not a snake. What is he? A lizard. Lizard, good. Why do we know he's a lizard and not a snake? It's one of the reasons we know that. Snakes do not have ears. Snakes don't have ears? What else? They blink. Good, okay. European legless lizard, or what's his name in Russian? Yellow belly. Yellow belly, there you go. Okay. So where are we right now? Where are we at? Europe or Russia? Okay. Right down. So right now, we're going to jump across the smaller ocean. What is the small ocean called? Atlantic, good. We're going to go to this continent right here. What is this continent? The one higher. Where we live. North America, good, North America. We're going to be here in the American Southwest, in the desert. What are your rules? Quiet down, we'll know what it is. That is better. Okay. We're hoping the right one here. No drama queens, okay? Still too much talking, guys. Okay. This is a snake. This is not a dangerous snake. I would not be holding it if it was. This is a Pueblan milk snake. These are found in the American Southwest, in southern Arizona, and parts of Mexico as well. Now, the colors may be kind of striking to you because there is a snake that looks kind of like is dangerous. What is the snake that she looks like that is dangerous? Anybody know?
Lady.
Not a rattlesnake. I know somebody knows it. Starts with a C. Coral snake, good. She resembles the coral snake. Now, she's not a coral snake. I would not be holding her if she was. But she is similar. She looks like one on purpose. Why would she want to look like a venomous coral snake? Very good. Predators will leave her alone, right? If you think this is a venomous coral snake, you're going to leave it alone. There is a way to tell the difference. There's a rhyme to help you tell the difference. You know that rhyme?
Red touches black, friend of Jack.
Good. Good job. Okay. Make sure everyone learns this today. We don't have coral snakes here, but just in case you're somewhere where they are. Shh. Guys, over here, calm down. Shh. No. Calm down, okay? All right. Let me teach you all this rhyme, all right? Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. Okay, now say it with me. Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. I've heard venom black as well. Red touches what color? What is this color right here? Black, not yellow. I hope not. It says red touches black or venom black, friend of Jack. Friend of Jack. Okay, so we know she's not venomous. These are active mostly at night. What do we call an animal that is active at night? Nocturnal, good job. Nocturnal is appropriate for this year's summer reading program. Who's supposed to be talking? Me, thank you, okay. So they're active at night because it's a lot cooler at night than it is during the daytime. Now, you notice as I come around, her tongue is sticking in and out. Is she making fun of you guys? Why is she sticking her tongue out? Why is she doing that? To smell. Very good. It's how they smell. They got a moist tongue like a dog's moist nose. They flick it in and out. That's the way they learn about their environment. Also, can she hear me talking right now? No. Remember, she has no ears. They can feel vibrations through the ground, but they cannot hear sound waves. Are you going to see her blink? No, she has no eyelids. They do have a scale covering their eyes with a contact lens that gets shed with the rest of their skin, but she will not blink. It's hard to tell when a snake's asleep. She's about as big as she's going to get. They get about 3 up to 4 feet long, I think. But even because no drama queens, what I said, look, she's about as harmless as she can be. Did you want to pet her? I want you to pet her and tell her how she feels. Slow and smooth. Very good. See, snakes are not only let adults touch because it's funny when adults get hurt, not when kids get hurt. So that's how we only let them. Okay, so what she said is true. Snakes are actually not slimy at all. They're actually very, very smooth and dry, like leather. And she's very soft and she just shed her skin. So she's not venomous, but she does have teeth. All snakes have teeth. It's how they hold onto their food and eat. What do you think a snake like this would eat? No. No, don't scream. Stay right where you are. No drama queens, okay? You don't want to scare the snake. Or each other. What do you think she would eat? Mice, good. They like mice. Rodents, things like mice and rats and moles and moles. Some of these also eat other snakes. A lot of them are cannibals as well. Sit down. Just stay where you are. I'm having courtesy. Much better. Stay quiet. These guys love mice. Now that's actually really good news for us because mice and rats breed very quickly. A single pair can turn to thousands within a single year. They carry lots of diseases like Lyme disease and a plague. It's pretty nasty stuff like that. If we have too many, we've got more diseases and people dying and getting sick. You're all right. You're all right. Don't hurt yourself trying to get away from it. Also, mice are one of the #1 causes of house fires in North America. So they get into our houses during the wintertime, chew wires and cause fires. So mice and rats can cause a lot of problems for us. So snakes are one of the #1 best controllers of mouse populations. Without snakes, we'd have way too many mice. So are snakes a good thing or a bad thing? They're actually a good thing. You see, even animals we don't like life have a purpose on this planet, and that is the purpose of snakes. Stay where you are. I'm not going to step on anybody. Try not to. Stay where you are. You're okay. That is their purpose for controlling mouse populations, and I promise, they do a much better job than your cat, because they can slither down into the hole where the entire family is and eat the entire family in one sitting and take care of your problems. They're really, really good mousers. Now, they're called a milk snake. Why on earth are they called a milk snake? Anybody want to guess? You think they would give milk? They don't give milk. Only mammals do. Good guess, though. What do you think they're called a milk snake? Because they drink milk, you would think so, but they don't drink milk. Anyone else want to take a guess?
Because they're white on the milk.
The white looks kind of like milk. It does. Usually it's more of a yellow color, but yeah. Good guesses, all of them, but there's actually another reason for it. There's an old wives' tale. Back in the day, farmers, and some farmers still believe this, I gotta be careful. Farmers used to think that these snakes would go in their barn at night and milk their cows. Now, could you imagine a snake doing that? Would a snake do that? No, a snake would not do that. But the farmer would think so. But I can imagine a cow sitting still for a snake to bite it and suck milk, besides the fact that snakes don't drink milk and don't have lips and can't suck. So why would the snake be in the barn in the first place, do you think? Why would she be in there?
To eat the mice.
Very good. Eat the mice and the rats. She was actually doing the farmer a big favor. So what kind of, sit down, sweetheart, sit down. You sit. Good job. So, what kind of snake is this? Who remembers?
Milk snake.
Milk snake, or a Pueblan milk snake. Good job. Okay. She's venomous or non-venomous? Non-venomous. Okay. These actually make pretty good pets, by the way. As far as snakes go, they make pretty good. Okay. Put her back now. This is a female. It's very hard to tell in snakes, males from females, but she actually laid eggs, so that's how we know for sure it's a girl. Not intentional. Okay. So right now we are where? North America. Good. We're going to jump south of this continent right down here.
Africa.
South America, good. Our next two animals are rainforest animals. What is the name of this rainforest up here? What's it called? Got a specific name though, it is tropical. What is it called? Amazon, good job. We're going to be the Amazon rainforest. Now let's quiet down. We don't want to frighten this guy, it's a baby. Well, I'll tell you. Okay. Okay. This guy is a rainforest tortoise known as a red-footed tortoise. Now most tortoises, and I know he's cute, guys, don't touch, just look. Alright. He's a rainforest tortoise. Now most tortoises are found in very dry or desert habitats, but he is not. He is found in the wild in a very hot, wet, humid, rainy place in the rainforest. Now, he's not fully grown. Like I said, he's a baby. He's only about 5 or 6 years old. And turtles grow very, very slow. He may live to be, quiet down over here, girls. He may actually live to be 50 years or more. Turtles are very long-lived animals. Some species of turtle can actually live to be close to 200 years, which is a very, very long time. Well, like I said, he's not quite fully grown. He's got about that much longer, about that much taller, way up to 20 pounds. He weighs about 7 pounds right now. They're called a red-footed tortoise because of the red markings on the fronts of their legs. Now, they're not as bright as they normally would be because he's very dirty. These guys love to bury up in the mud. They love mud. A lot of turtles do that to stay cool, but it gets very, very hot. So, like I said, he's not fully grown, but like all turtles, he's got this hard protective shell. Now that shell is obviously important to protect his body, but can he walk out of his shell and leave it behind like a hermit crab? No. No, good answer, he could not do that. This shell, this shell is part of his skeleton actually. This is his bone. His internal organs are attached all on the inside, and his spine runs right up here. So he is actually attached to his shell. He's not going to walk out of it and leave it behind. He'd pull put most of his body into it. He's not going to because he's not shy. He can actually pull his head in, put his feet up in front of his face, protect his face, and kind of tuck his hind feet and his tail in as well. There is only one turtle we have around here that can pull its entire body inside and even close the front door. What kind of turtle is that? You know what I'm talking about? Good. Box turtle, good. The box turtle, that is a local turtle we have here. Now box turtles are actually may one day be on the endangered species list because we don't have very many of them left. Number one reason for that is because they get hit on the road so much. So next time you see a box turtle across the road, help it across without getting hit yourself, of course. Now, these guys have the most varied diet of any turtle in the world, just about. These guys eat both plants and animals, so they are what? Omnivores, they're omnivorous, very good. Now, turtles don't have teeth. They've got a sharp beak to bite off and mash up food with. They eat things like mushrooms and fruits, he loves fruit, vegetables, and insects, slimy slugs and grubs, and occasionally dead things as well. Dead stuff, they like carrion is what that's called. Okay, so you're just sitting down. I won't trip on anybody. Okay. Now I think this is a boy turtle. I don't know for sure. I'm going to tell you why I think it is. Now in boy turtles, their shell actually kind of scoops in like this. So we have a towel on. This guy's called squirt. That's why I have the towel on. But a male turtle shell scoops in the bottom. Like, also, they have a longer tail. So I think it's a boy. I don't know for sure. Now in turtles, these turtles anyways, the boys get bigger than the girls. And the reason for that is the boys actually fight for the girls. The way they do that is they've got this sharp, pointy thing underneath their neck that sticks out, their blaster, and that's their weapon or their ramming rod. So when two male turtles meet, there's a girl there they both want, they both start to bob their heads. That's how they initiate a fight. They bob their heads. It goes on for a long time. Very, very, it's a fight in slow motion. So they do that for a while. Finally, they start to ram each other. They use that piece right here to actually try to flip the other turtle over. And the one who flips the turtle over is the winner. The loser may sometimes actually die if they can't right themselves again. Usually they can flip it over pretty easily, but not all of them can. So, what kind of turtle is this? Who remembers what this is?
A red-footed?
Red-footed tortoise. Very, very good. Like I said, he will live a long time and possibly even outlive me. So they're definitely an investment of time. By the way, you may or may not know this, but it's actually against the law to have turtles as a pet in Tennessee. And it's kind of a complicated law. If you have more questions, ask me afterwards. I won't turn you in or anything. But just so you know, you've got to have a permit to have a turtle in Tennessee. Okay, so red-footed tortoise. Let's put him back now. Now the reason I have this towel because he tends to go to the bathroom. He's usually pretty good about it, but a couple of weeks ago I was at the Clarksville Library and they had beautiful, lovely carpet, and he decided to use the bathroom. I didn't have the towel then. That's why I have the towel now. It was a big mess. Me and the janitor had a lot of fun cleaning that up. So if you go there and you notice somebody staying on the carpet, he's the reason. Okay, so right now we're in South America. Now I've been kind of lax with you guys so far, but I'm going to be a lot stricter with this next animal. This guy is big. He definitely does not like to be touched. Kids need to sit down and not get up when I'm coming around. In fact, I may not get in among you with this guy. You'll see why. So it's very important we stay quiet and calm and stay on your bottoms, okay? He's very cool. I don't want you to be scared of him, but he's just a lot bigger than the other ones we've had. Everybody get seated. He's actually shedding today. Okay. This guy is maybe an animal you've never seen before. This guy is an Argentine black and white tegu. T-E-G-U. Now tegu just means lizard. This means lizard in a South American language. So he's about as big as he's going to get. They get about 4.5 feet long, weighs to 15 pounds. And he's also a male. The males get bigger than the females in these guys. The males also have these big puffy cheeks like you see right here. I'm actually not sure what those are for. I wasn't able to find any information. But I do think it has to do with maybe showing off for the girls or scaring away the other boys. Sweetheart, you need to sit down. Layla, sit. Just sit. Okay, stay right there. Thank you. You're going to notice when I come around, he's got a nice long tongue. Now that tongue is a lot like a snake's tongue in that that's how he smells. He smells and tastes the air around him. But unlike a snake, he does have ears and he can hear, and you're going to see him blink as well. They also have very good eyesight. They're very, very intelligent animals, these guys. Now, these are in a family of lizards known as the whiptail lizards. Look at his tail. See how long that tail is? It's very thick. This tail is their weapon. If he gets upset, you'll see why they're called the whiptail lizard. And I've got the wealth to prove it. These guys usually tend to whip their tails around rather than bite. Although I would not want to be bitten by him either. He's got very, very powerful jaws and very sharp teeth. These guys are found in South America. They're found more along the forest edges and savannas than they are in the deep rainforest. They've got short, powerful legs they're used for digging. These guys will dig underground in search of food. Now these guys also eat both plants and animals, so they're what? Omnivores. Very, very good. This is why I'm not going to get too close to you. When he gets upset, he tends to thrash around. Okay, shh, who's talking over here? Shh. Shh. Quiet. Thank you. Don't want to scare him. Don't want to scare him, trust me. If you guys notice I've got some scratches on my arms, this guy is why right here. He's getting ready to demonstrate that. So these guys are very powerful diggers. They look for food. They like things like eggs and arthropods, dead things, fish. These are actually very good swimmers, by the way. They can swim and actually hold their breath for a long period of time. Not very good climbers, though. They're not really climb. These guys spend more time on and under the ground than up in trees. Now, there is a lizard that spends a lot of time in trees that is an herbivore, and it's green. What is that lizard called? It's very common. Huh? No. Yes. Not a gecko. Think bigger. They're real popular pets. People get them all the time. Chameleon. Not a chameleon. Think bigger. Someone's got to know this. Iguana. There you go. Iguanas. These guys share their habitats with iguanas, but unlike iguanas, these guys don't really climb, and they eat meat. So, he's about 6 or 7 years old, and they live to be about 15 years old. You notice his beautiful, black and white skin. Now, this skin is what they're named for. Sorry, I can't come back there with him. This skin is what they're named for. And unfortunately, this skin has caused problems for the tegus because people think they make nice cowboy boots and purses. So especially back in the 1980s, it still goes on today, these guys were killed by the thousands and made into boots and purses, the leather trade. Now, these guys are very understudied. There are very few people out there studying these guys. We don't know very much about them. Maybe one of you guys, though, keep your hands down for now. Maybe one of you guys will grow up and study animals like this and become a herpetologist. What do you think a herpetologist does? What do they study? What are we talking about today? Reptiles, good. They study reptiles and amphibians. The herpetologists study. Maybe one of you guys will grow up, be a herpetologist, learn about these guys, and protect them. These don't make very good pets unless you're experienced because they're very, very powerful, and they can really do some damage to you. So, what kind of lizard is this? Who remembers what this is?
Black and white skin.
No. It rhymes with ragu.
The black and white
tegu, good job. Argentine black and white tegu. His name is Onyx. Like I said, these guys are actually very intelligent. He knows how to walk on a leash and harness. It's a lot of fun to take him out in public parks and that sort of thing. Go out there walking their poodles and stuff. But he's a really cool animal. But when he gets unhappy, he lets you know. Put it back. I did pretty good. Argentine black and white tegu. Ouch. He was just getting his balance that time, but it still hurt. Also, another interesting note about these guys. If you ever watch any really, really old black and white movies, like the silent movies, they used to use these as dinosaurs in the background. So, but they got a real prehistoric look to them. Okay, so where are we right now? What continent are we on right now?
South America.
South America, very good. These guys are found in parts of Argentina and Brazil. Our last, there goes a bit more. to jump across South America. We're going to jump across the big ocean. What's the name of the big ocean? Pacific, good. We're going to the world's largest continent. Which is what? Asia, good. We're going to be in southeastern Asia. You'll only see it when you guys are quiet, that's for sure. We're going to be in southeastern Asia, which is also a rainforest environment. I'm going to stay up here with this next guy as well because he's kind of big and we're still getting to know each other. Everyone will be able to see him just fine, so don't worry about that. So let's meet this next animal. They're found in Malaysia and Thailand, parts of China, and also Burma. Burmese python. This is a pretty big snake, you may think, but by Burmese python standards and even by large snake standards, he's a tiny guy. This guy is a baby. He's only 2 years old, which means, quiet down, quiet. Thank you, better. Which means he's going to get a lot bigger. These guys are in the top 6 largest snakes in the world. These guys can reach 16 to 18 feet at least and can reach over 20 feet when they're fully grown and over 100 pounds. That's obviously one that's been fed a lot and has lived a long time, but they can reach that size. Now that's a big snake, don't get me wrong, but that's not the world's biggest snake. What is the world's biggest snake? The what? Not the cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. But what's the world's largest snake? Yes? Anaconda. The anaconda is one of them. There's actually another one too. There's another one. Do you know the other one? Good. Reticulated python. Good job. The anaconda is the heaviest, over 400 pounds, close to 30 feet. Reticulated python can reach 32 feet. I think that's the record, and doesn't get as big or heavy as the anaconda. But they're both very big snakes, big enough to eat any of you guys. So, but these guys don't get quite that big. Now, he's just a baby, like I said, 2 years old. He's going to get a lot bigger. Now, is this a color that you would see in the wild? Yes? You think so? No. No. What do you call this color besides yellow, not banana? What do you call, let's go back one more. What do you call a color where there's no dark pigment? What is the name of that color? You know? Yeah, you thought you had it. Even people can be this as well. I bet an adult knows it. Albino, good. He's an albino. Albino just means lack of pigment or melanin. People can be that way too. Quiet down. Now, albinos do happen some in the wild, but do you think that he would be able to hide very well? No, this will not make very good camouflage. Their normal color is more of a greenish or brownish color. That acts as, what do you call when you're blending in with your surroundings? Camouflage. Camouflage, good. This is not good camouflage. He would not live very long in the wild like this. This is also an animal that comes out at night, which is, what is that called again? Nocturnal, good. So it comes out at night. These guys, I don't want to put them up too soon, guys. These guys have special tools for finding animals in complete darkness. Under his nostrils, he's got this row of holes. He's not going to, let me show you. He's kind of shy. He's got a row of holes under his nostrils, which are called heat-sensing pits. Those help him to sense warm-bodied animals in complete darkness. So he will actually wait for animals to come to them. These are ambush predators. When an animal does finally come along, they grab it, they wrap their body around it, and they squeeze it really, really hard. What is that called when you squeeze it really hard? Another word for it. Constriction, good. Constriction. And hopefully you will not demonstrate that on me today. It's just constriction is how they kill their prey. They wrap their body around, they squeeze it until it stops breathing. They do have teeth, they've got very sharp teeth actually, that they use to grab and hold onto their food with, because again, you have to think about it. Snakes are kind of a disadvantage in the animal world. They have no claws, they have nothing to grab their food and hold on with. That's why they've got those sharp teeth that point backwards, kind of like a shark's. I know you guys are dying for you to come back there, but I can't walk among the kids with this guy, so we're still, like I said, we're still getting to know each other. Maybe afterwards when the kids are out of here, I might. Okay, sweetheart, you gotta sit down, okay? You guys need to sit down and stay where you are. Do not. Okay, sit down. Sit down. This is for your safety, okay? So, they use constriction to kill their prey. They got very sharp teeth to grab their food with. So, their natural habitat in southeastern Asia, like I said, but it's not the only place you can find these besides pet stores. Where can you find these snakes now that they're not supposed to be? Kind of close to home. Florida. Quiet down, guys. Quiet down. Yes, the Florida Everglades and the Keys, where these are now found wild. He's a very active snake. So how in the world did these big snakes get there? What are they doing in Florida? How'd they get there? They're Everglades, yeah, but how did they get there? They swim across the ocean? No, that's too far. How did they get there?
People buy them when they get too big and they let them go.
It's a big part of the problem. Very good. People think these make really cool pets. You can go to almost any pet store and get one of these. They're about this big when you get them. You think, oh, it's so cute. People take it home, and 2 years later, they got this. Another couple of years, he's going to weigh, probably close to 45, 50 pounds. They grow very quickly. They can grow 7 feet in their first year of life. They're very, very fast growers. People get scared of these guys, and rightly so. This is not a toy. This really does not even make a good pet, even, because even this size, he could easily kill me if he wanted to. And it does happen. People get killed by these all the time. They're beloved pets they've had for years and years will suddenly one day grab them and try to eat them. Because they don't rationalize. If they're hungry and you smell like food, they're going to treat you like food. That's why only experts should have these. You have to learn how to read their behavior and know whether they're going to attack or not, because they're not child's play. This is not a good pet. So they're in the Everglades. People get these, and they get too big and they let them go. Is it a good idea to let a snake like this go? No. Very bad idea. Because, like I said, they're dangerous to small pets and small children in urban environments. He's trying to hide. He's kind of scared. Also, and they pose a huge threat to the environment. Because in the Everglades, you have a lot of endangered species. There are a lot of animals down there that need protection. When you throw these snakes in there, they eat a lot of different kinds of food. As a matter of fact, common everyday animals like raccoons and opossums are practically extinct. Are practically extinct because there's so many of these snakes. They're estimated there to be about 500,000 of these now living and breeding in the Florida Everglades. So we're never getting rid of them. They're there to stay. But they're not going to migrate north or anything like that because the frost line keeps them down. They can't survive our cold winters. So, is this the world's biggest snake? No. This is the Burmese python. Not the world's biggest snake, but they do get very, very big. And do these make good pets? No. Please say no. Snakes do make good pets, just not these. These belong in zoos, in the wild, and only by experts like myself. You guys think this is a cool job? I think it is. I think it's an awesome job. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's okay to say no. It's not for everybody. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's important that you guys stay in school, you study hard, you go on to college and study even harder. This is the kind of job where you're going to get hurt, you're going to get dirty, you're going to get very tired, and you're never going to get rich, but it's a lot of fun. It's the best way to work with both people and animals, and it's awesome. I love snakes, by the way. This is why I'm here, why I'm with this guy. Even though he's dangerous, I do love him. I just respect him as well. So if you guys want a job like this, like I said, stay in school, stay away from drugs. It's very important you guys work very hard because you can do it. You guys have been awesome this morning. Thank you so much for coming out here. But before anybody gets up and moves, I'm going to put him up first. Do not come up here until I get him up first. But I do have some information up here if you guys want more information about programs like this. We do programs like this for schools and for libraries, for church groups. I've got some brochures and business cards. We've got a website. We're also on Facebook as well. And also have some bookmarks for the kids if you guys want to get a bookmark of your favorite animal from today. Thank you guys so much. Let me put them up now. Okay, we're going to get them.
Fat Albert. Well, actually, my real name is Keenan Thompson, but I play Fat Albert in the live-action film based on Bill Cosby's hit show. My buddies and I love adventure, but we also love a good challenge. That's why we love the NASA Sci-Files. If you want an adventure in math, science, and technology, check in on the Treehouse Detectives, hot on the trail with their latest case on this exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to classify animals? Which phylum of invertebrates is most common? What are the 5 classes of vertebrates? When you see this icon, the answer is near. What an awesome ride. Riding across the water at top speeds, checking out nature, and the wildlife was amazing. Right, amazing. Come on, Catherine. That has to rank up there as one of the coolest. You're right. It was cool, but what? I've been thinking. Remember when we were out on the boat and we stopped to examine some of the plant life under the water? Well, I turned around to see this bird fall from the sky. I followed it down only to see another bird flailing around in the water, obviously hurt. I mentioned it to our guide, and he said that on a preserve, they don't usually rescue or help animals under stress from natural causes. There are no traps or anything there, so the bird probably had been attacked by a predator, but had gotten away. They don't interfere. I don't know. It just seems like there's something that we can do to help. Well, we are talking about nature. I'm not sure we can help every animal. True, but I wonder what we can do. Kaylee might be able to help. She's the expert on nature and animals. She probably doesn't have time. I think she's working on some kind of project. I have an idea, but it's going to require everyone's help and Jacob's backyard. Jacob might be hard to convince. I don't know. Beneath his harsh exterior lies a truly compassionate nature lover. Really? Okay, so I'm exaggerating, but I'm sure I'll help. Let's contact the others.
I don't know how you expect me to help you with the wildlife badge research with all this prime real estate just waiting to be developed.
Tony, if we build houses everywhere there are forests, there won't be any wildlife.
Of course, you're right. By the way, how's the research coming along?
I've taken some pictures of our state bird, and I've identified some poisonous plants. But I still have a lot of work to do.
Well, I hope you have some extra time on your hands.
What's up?
I just got an email from Catherine. She said she saw an injured animal in the Everglades, and she and Bianca want to create their own backyard habitat.
Sounds cool. Whose backyard?
They've talked to Jacob, and he's agreed to use his backyard. I think he's hoping he doesn't have to cut the grass anymore.
At least he's doing what he can to help.
Good point. But the question is, what can we do? They're short in Florida and don't know where to begin.
I'm not sure, but maybe my research for my wildlife badge can help them.
Great idea. Let's start with the problem board.
Okay, what do we know?
We know that Catherine saw an injured animal in distress.
And of course we know that animals are a part of the animal kingdom.
And we also know that there are many different types of animals. So what do we need to know?
I think we need to start with the basics. If we're going to make a habitat for animals, we should learn how to classify and identify them.
And which ones we need to protect.
So where should we go?
Didn't you go on a camping trip to Busch Gardens with your Girl Scout troop?
Right. They take care of some amazing animals there. I'm sure they'll help us. I'll email my troop leader.
Excellent idea. And don't forget, we have to email Dr. D, Bianca and Catherine, and download a Get Up and Go sheet. You can get your own Get Up and Go sheet at the NASA Sci-Files website.
It may take a lot of hard work, but it's good to help. I'm here at Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia, to talk with their zoological manager, Mr. Rob Yorty. He actually works with wolves here at the park, so it should be very exciting.
The wolves are very fascinating creatures, but remember, no cameras, backpacks, and also don't look them in the eye so we won't distract them.
No problem. They look like dogs.
Well, that's because they're in the same phylum Chordata, subphylum Vertebrata, class Mammalia, order Carnivora, and family Canidae as dogs are.
Could you repeat that?
Well, actually, in your email, you requested information on how to classify animals, and that is the classification for wolves. But maybe we should start at the beginning.
That sounds like a good idea. We know that there are two main kingdoms, plants and animals, but we need to learn more about how animals are classified.
Just like for plants, scientists use a classification system for animals. The animal kingdom is divided into smaller groups. The largest group within a kingdom is a phylum. Phyla are divided into classes. Classes are divided into smaller and smaller groups. The smallest group is the species.
Why is it important to classify animals?
By classifying animals, we can give each organism a unique, scientifically accepted name, which avoids confusion.
Why can't you just call a dog a dog?
Well, an animal's common name can vary within languages, also within regions, even in the same country. Here in the U.S., the mountain lion is also called the panther, the cougar, or the puma. It's known as the cat of many names.
So how do animals get their names?
Well, scientists look at specific characteristics of each organism to divide them into groups. The animal kingdom is divided into two specific groups, vertebrates and invertebrates.
How are they different?
Vertebrates are animals with a backbone or a spinal column. Invertebrates are not.
I have a backbone. I must be a vertebrate.
Yes, you are. About 5% of animals are vertebrates and are categorized into classes according to their traits. Vertebrates include fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals.
Wow, only 5%? Does that mean the other 95% are invertebrates?
That's correct. The invertebrate phyla consists of many different species of worms, insects, sponges, and even microscopic organisms.
If I were to find an animal in my backyard that I didn't recognize, how could I identify it?
Well, one way that scientists use to identify an animal is through the use of a dichotomous key.
Dichotomous key? I'm not sure I understand.
Dichotomous means separated into two parts. Dichotomous key is a method used to identify an object by giving a specific set of choices all the way down to the object's name, or in this case, an animal.
How does it work?
You start out with two characteristics. After choosing the first characteristic, you are given two more to choose from. You keep making choices until you classify the animal.
If you're looking at an animal, the first set of characteristics would be backbone or no backbone. And if it has a backbone, then you would keep looking at other characteristics to narrow it down.
Exactly. Like the gray wolf, you would start out with backbone or no backbone. You would choose backbone. The next set of choices would be fur or feathers. You would choose fur. Go down to the next set would be long canine teeth or short canine teeth. You would choose long canine teeth and eventually get down to the gray wolf classification.
They're really beautiful.
The gray wolf used to be endangered in the United States due to overhunting and the loss of habitat, but through conservation efforts it is now considered threatened. It is the largest of the canid species and has the largest range of any land mammal with the exception of humans. They are pack hunters and usually feed on mammals larger than themselves, including caribou, elk, and deer. They also have a very distinctive howl.
You're lucky to have such cool animals here at the park.
We're thrilled, and Busch Gardens Williamsburg is committed to the conservation of all animals. We have lots of different animals in our park to help teach our guests about their habitats, behaviors, the animal status in the wild, and what needs to be done to help the environment.
Seeing an animal up close and personal really does make a difference.
Just wait till you see the show.
Hi, Kaylee. What a cool vessel.
Yes, it is. It's It's like the kind used to collect bioluminescent organisms.
You sure can learn a lot about organisms in this glowing exhibit.
Very funny, Dr. D. I was surprised to learn that organisms can give off light by mixing chemicals in their own body, just like mixing chemicals in this glow stick.
Right, organisms that make themselves glow are called bioluminescent.
Did you know that 90% of mid-ocean organisms are bioluminescent? They use their light to blind their predators, attract prey, and find a mate.
Wow, you really know your stuff.
In the ocean, you'll find jellyfish, sea cucumbers, shrimp, squid, and octopus that glow. And on land, you'll find fireflies, glowworms, snails, and click beetles.
So far you've mentioned only invertebrate animals.
Right. We learned that the animal kingdom is divided into vertebrates and invertebrates. Mr. Yorty at Busch Gardens told us that most of the animals are invertebrates.
Very good. The animal kingdom has over 30 major groups or phyla. One of these includes all of the vertebrates, and there are 8 others that include a majority of the invertebrates. Do you know which of the invertebrates are the most common?
I'm pretty sure insects are the most common.
Insects, including fireflies, are part of the phylum known as Arthropoda. There are more than 1 million arthropod species, and most of them are insects.
Does Arthropoda also include crabs and spiders?
Yes, it does, along with bioluminescent shrimp.
Are snails arthropods?
No. Arthropods have a hardened exoskeleton, which you might confuse with a snail's shell. Arthropods also have jointed appendages like wings, legs, or antennas.
So snails must be grouped with other shelled animals like clams.
Very good. Clams, mussels, and snails, along with octopus and squid, are all part of mollusca. Mollusks are soft-bodied. In fact, mollusca comes from the Latin word for soft.
Jellyfish are soft. Are they also part of mollusca?
Unfortunately, classification is a little more complicated than just hard and soft. Jellyfish, along with corals, are part of Cnidaria. These animals have tentacles and stinging cells.
Cnidaria. That's strange to say.
How about nematoda?
That sounds like it has to do with the frogs.
Nematoda actually refers to roundworms, which have a tube-like body. Earthworms are also tube-like, but they belong to the phylum Annelida, which are segmented animals.
Worms sure have some complicated names.
Just wait, there's more. Platyhelminthes, which is Latin for flatworm, are the simplest animals that have organ systems.
And I thought sea cucumber was a strange name.
Oh, sea cucumbers are from the Echinodermata phylum, along with sand dollars and starfish. These spiny skin animals have suction cup feet. The next phylum is very simple.
Finally, a simple name.
No, the name is not simple, but the animals are. Sponges are part of the Porifera phylum. These primitive animals have no symmetry, tissues, or organs.
Wow, classifying animals is harder than I thought. I hope we fare better with our backyard habitat.
Have you heard from the others?
Bianca and Catherine are researching vertebrates. They made a contact at NASA Kennedy Space Center, so they should have some excellent data.
True. I'm going out of town, but if I can help, send me an email.
Catherine and I are meeting with Ms. Rebecca Smith, a wildlife ecologist at NASA Kennedy Space Center. Part of her job is to monitor and minimize the effects of the space program on the environment, habitats, and wildlife. Plus, she knows all about vertebrates. Maybe we'll get to see some other than ourselves.
Reach around and touch the middle of your back. What do you feel?
I feel my backbone.
Exactly. All vertebrates have an endoskeleton, which is an internal skeleton with a backbone. They have small bones called vertebrae. They typically consist of a bony arch that encloses a hole for the spinal cord and have stubby projections that connect with adjacent bones.
Why do animals, vertebrates, need an endoskeleton?
It supports and protects the internal organs of the body and also provides a place for muscles to attach. The vertebrae protect the nerve or spinal cord, and because it is in many pieces, it allows an animal to bend.
So if an animal has a backbone, you know it belongs to the phylum Vertebrata. But how can you determine which class it belongs to?
You have to look at other characteristics or attributes. A key difference among vertebrates is how they regulate body temperature.
What do you mean?
The frog and the snake are both cold-blooded animals called ectotherms. They don't have an internal ability to control their body temperature. They rely on heat from the environment to keep them at a temperature for life processes. So when it's cold, their body processes slow down, and when it's warm, they speed up.
What about warm-blooded animals?
They're called endotherms. Their bodies can regulate heat, so they maintain a constant body temperature even if the temperature changes around them. Shivering, panting, and sweating are some of the ways that endotherms can control their body temperature.
Which classes of vertebrates are warm-blooded and which are cold-blooded?
There are 5 classes of vertebrates. Fish, amphibians, and reptiles are cold-blooded. Birds and mammals are warm-blooded.
So once you know if they are warm-blooded or cold-blooded, what other characteristics can you use to determine an animal's class?
Each class is very different. For example, fish have fins, gills, and most have scales that cover and protect their body. They live in a variety of aquatic habitats from saltwater to freshwater.
So all fish aren't the same?
No, there are 3 types: jawless fish, cartilage fish, and bony fish.
Amphibians live in water. How are they different from fish?
Unlike fish, most amphibians only spend part of their lives in the water and the rest of their lives on land. There are 3 types of amphibians: frogs and toads, newts and salamanders, and caecilians.
Why do they spend time on land and in water?
Amphibians need the water to lay their eggs. The young are also aquatic for a time before they go through metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis is the process that occurs when an animal changes form as it develops into an adult.
That's correct. For example, a frog develops from an egg to a tadpole and then to an adult.
What about reptiles?
Snakes are reptiles. You want to see a corn snake?
Sure.
Come on. Some reptiles, such as water snakes and sea turtles, live most of their lives in the water. But reptiles are primarily crocodilians, turtles, lizards, and snakes that can live on land from birth to death without returning to the water to reproduce. This is a corn snake. Most snakes in the U.S. are not poisonous and are actually beneficial to us because they occupy an important ecological niche, such as keeping the rodent population under control.
She's cool. What about birds?
Birds are unique because they lay hard-shelled eggs, they have beaks, wings, and feathers, and lightweight hollow bones that make it easier to fly.
So that leaves us mammals.
That's correct. Mammals have hair, give live birth, and feed milk to their young. There are 3 different types of mammals: the egg-laying mammals, the pouched mammals, or marsupials, and the placental mammals, which are the largest group.
Don't mammals live in a variety of different habitats?
Animals such as whales and dolphins live in the ocean, sloths live in the trees, bats fly around, and moles live underground.
Wow, I never knew animals were so diverse.
It must be fun to study animals every day.
And challenging. For example, whenever a new building needs to be built or a pipeline needs to be laid, we go to the area and survey the site to see what animals will be affected. Whenever possible, we move the animals out of harm's way, and we work closely with project managers to reduce or eliminate the impacts.
Thanks, Ms. Smith.
Now we need to research what animals need.
Mr. Mario Moda, a colleague of mine, might be able to help you.
Great.
Protecting animals may be more difficult than we thought. I know Kaylee and the other treehouse detectives are working hard, but we still have a lot to do.
So what's up? What kinds of animals will Jacob find in his backyard? Will the treehouse detectives find a new species? Is a backyard nature preserve a good idea? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are the basic needs of animals? What are the 3 basic reasons animals migrate? What is different between mitosis and meiosis? Why is it important for a species to have genetic diversity?
You're not going to believe it, but it's all right here. With proper planning and maintenance, you can create your own backyard preserve or habitat.
That's amazing.
And if you follow their guidelines, you can actually have your backyard officially recognized.
How'd you find out about all this?
I have a friend who deals strictly with agricultural stocks. I gave him a few leads on some farm equipment companies, and he gave me the scoop on backyard habitats.
Cool.
So, is everybody helping out?
All the treehouse detectives are pitching in. Catherine and Bianca are down at NASA Kennedy in Florida, and RJ's at Adventure Camp at Busch Gardens in Tampa.
We certainly have a great team.
Well, we haven't officially heard from RJ yet, but Dr. D's going to talk to him down in Florida.
And of course, NASA is a big resource.
Yes, they are. In fact, Catherine and Bianca are supposed to talk to Mr. Mario Moda there today.
I hope they remember to download their Get Up and Go sheets. You can download your own Get Up and Go sheet at the NASA SciFiles website.
Miss Smith was right. Mr. Mario Moda agreed to meet with us about animals. He is a wildlife biologist working with sea turtles here at NASA Kennedy Space Center. We hope to learn more about basic needs of animals, and if we're lucky, we may find a sea turtle nest on the beach.
Well, an animal's basic needs are pretty simple. They need food, water, shelter, and another mate so they can reproduce.
That sounds simple enough.
But how do you know what kind of food animals need?
Depends on the species, but no matter what kind of animal it is, you gotta make sure you have a healthy food chain. Do you know about the food chain?
We've studied the food chain in school.
It's the process of energy being transferred from one organism to another.
That's right, all living things need food for energy. Producers such as plants, algae, and other organisms convert light energy into sugar molecules that the plant uses for food energy. A portion of this energy is passed on when animals called consumers eat the plants.
And then other consumers eat the consumers that ate the plants.
Very good, and then energy stored in the molecules of one organism is transferred to another organism.
Making a food chain.
Plants are at the bottom. Animals such as deer and rabbits are called herbivores, and they eat the plants. The herbivores are then eaten by a carnivore, such as a wolf or lion.
Aren't there some that eat both plants and animals?
Yes, they're called omnivores. In the final stage of the food chain, when an animal or plant dies, they're broken down by bacteria called decomposers. Decomposers turn the remains into materials that can be used by the plants.
Food chains seem simple at first, but they're really complex.
In a habitat, there are many feeding relationships. Some can be very complex, so scientists use a food web to better show these relationships.
A web like a spider's web?
Actually, a spider's web is a good analogy. It is intricately woven and connected just like a food web.
What if something happened to an animal's habitat?
The food web would be disrupted, and it could disrupt the balance of plant and animal populations.
What do you mean?
Let's say a fire destroyed a habitat and removed all the plants. Without plants, then the herbivores would not have food to eat. Without herbivores, then the carnivores would also starve.
The animals would have to move to a new habitat.
It's not always that easy. Some habitats are small or enclosed by human development, such as subdivisions, making it difficult for animals to migrate to a new habitat.
If they can't find a new habitat, won't they die?
They might, and it could even lead to the extinction of some species.
I never realized that everything is so connected.
Yes, it is, and as part of my job here at NASA, I study the sea turtles that live in the estuaries and lagoons to make sure that their habitats aren't disrupted.
Mr. Moda told us all about how sea turtles are endangered and threatened, and how the beaches at NASA Kennedy provide nesting sites for them. By monitoring their population health, age structure, growth reproduction, mortality, and the impact of human activity, NASA can help the species thrive. We didn't get to see any, but Mr. Moda said that to do that, we would have to go out to sea.
I never knew that working as a zookeeper required so much. Feeding, raking, cleaning, more feeding. It's hard work, but it's very rewarding. Of course, I'm looking forward to my break. Hopefully, I can take care of a little research for the treehouse detectives when I meet Dr. D today on the Busch Gardens Serengeti plain habitat. Each zebra has a unique set of stripes, which creates an optical illusion that confuses a predator. Oh, and I also learned that in 12 months, the animals of the Serengeti plain in Africa will travel in a large circle of about 1,000 kilometers.
That's right. The migration includes hundreds of thousands of herbivores, including Thompson's gazelles, zebras, and wildebeest, like these here.
Wow, they're pretty funny-looking animals.
African legend says they're made for spare parts. Wildebeest are, however, well suited for their migration. For example, most wildebeest calves can stand and run in less than 10 minutes after birth.
Wow, that's amazing. But I thought migration meant going south for the winter. Does it get that cold in Africa?
No, but there are seasons, wet and dry. During the dry season, the grass dries out and water becomes scarce. The herbivores that migrate leave in search of new grass and plentiful water.
I know that other animals, like birds, will migrate great distances. Is this also in search of food?
There are three basic reasons for migration. The first is food and water. The second is to escape harsh weather.
So I guess that when birds fly south for the winter, they get both a milder climate and more food.
Very good. When they go north for the summer, they get more hours of daylight to gather food.
How do animals travel thousands of kilometers and find their destination? They must have some way to navigate.
Are you ready to try an experiment?
Okay, why not?
Close your eyes and I'll spin you around. Now, keep your eyes closed and point north.
Are you kidding, Dr. D? I can't point north with my eyes closed. I'm not even sure if I can point north with my eyes open without a compass.
Some animals can. They have a built-in compass in their head that helps them find their destination. Other animals use the sun or stars to find their way.
Couldn't animals just use landmarks such as mountains or lakes on their journeys?
Sometimes they do. Salmon migrate using a keen sense of smell.
Dr. D, can I ask just one more quick question?
Sure, RJ.
Can I open my eyes now?
Of course. You'll need to see to feed the giraffes.
Dr. D, didn't you say there are 3 reasons for migration?
Good memory, RJ. The third reason for animal migration is reproduction. They want to provide their young with plenty of food and with protection from predators and extremes in the environment.
I should have guessed reproduction. That's one of an animal's basic needs.
And migration is all about meeting basic needs.
Thanks, Dr. D. I'm working at the Nairobi Field Station later today. That'll be a great place to learn more about animal reproduction.
Right. But first, let's get some more hibiscus leaves for the giraffe.
I've been going over our notes so far, and I think Jacob's in for a big surprise.
And there's a lot to consider when it comes to creating your own preserve.
Right, like whether your property is rural, suburban, or urban, and what types of wildlife the habitat will support.
And of course, you have to support the basic needs of the animals in your habitat. Otherwise, they might migrate to another area. Good thing we have RJ's notes on migration.
And Dr. D talked about animal growth through reproduction,
which is critical to the population. Hopefully RJ will learn more at the Nairobi Field Station at Busch Gardens in Tampa. He's working with Miss Diedring as we speak.
We should visit Jacob's backyard to see what types of animals already live there.
Good idea. Otherwise, I'll have to hire some survey consultants as well.
What do you mean?
Well, if the habitat is successful, I have other problems to consider. Parking, ticket prices, a possible treehouse detective gift shop.
And I'm sure you'll be giving Jacob some of the proceeds.
Don't worry, he's salaried.
Dr. D mentioned that animal reproduction was important for the survival of species. We need to learn more about how animals reproduce.
Well, there are 2 main ways that animals reproduce, sexually and by asexual reproduction.
What's the difference?
Well, to understand the difference, first you need to know a little bit about cells.
I remember from science class that a cell is the smallest unit or basic building block of living things. And they have a nucleus that is surrounded by cytoplasm and a cell membrane.
That's correct, very good. The nucleus actually contains DNA. Now, DNA is the genetic code that determines the characteristics of animals, such as blonde hair or brown hair or blue eyes or green eyes, and so on as with humans.
So how do cells reproduce?
All cells reproduce from other cells.
Do all cells reproduce the same way?
No, there are actually 2 ways that cells reproduce. One way that cells, such as body cells, reproduce is through mitosis. In mitosis, the cell duplicates its genetic material and then splits in 2, forming 2 identical cells. Mitosis is the process by which animals are able to grow.
Okay, so if that's mitosis, what's the other way?
Meiosis. In this method, certain cells in the reproductive tissue divide so that they contain exactly half of the genetic material. The chromosomes that carry the genetic codes occur in pairs, and during meiosis, 1/2 of each pair goes to the new cells. In males, these are the sperm cells, and in females, they're the egg cells.
Okay, so what does cell division have to do with reproduction?
In asexual reproduction, an offspring is formed from one parent cell. The parent cell goes through mitosis and forms an offspring that is identical to the parent.
What types of animals reproduce asexually?
Flatworms and sponges are 2 of them. Starfish, also known as sea stars, reproduce by regeneration, which is a form of asexual reproduction.
Right. My dad said that if a starfish loses one of its rays, then it'll grow a new one, and the one that broke off will grow 4 more.
That's right. Long ago, some fishermen had a problem with starfish getting caught in their nets, so they tried to get rid of them by chopping them into pieces. But they were actually only adding to the problem because each new piece grew new limbs and created more starfish.
It sounds like they could have used a scientific method and done more research before they tried to solve the problem. So what is sexual reproduction?
Well, it occurs when a sperm and egg cell combine to produce a new cell, which is called a zygote, which will then grow into an offspring. Now, the offspring produced will receive a combination of genetic material from both the male and female parent.
Is one type of reproduction better than the other?
No, it just depends on the animal. However, with sexual reproduction, meiosis helps to sort of shuffle the genetic material to the offspring to help ensure genetic diversity.
Why is that important?
Well, genetic diversity is critical for a species' survival because it increases the probability that only healthy, strong individuals will be produced. Additionally, genetic diversity also helps reduce the probability that a genetic defect will overcome a population.
So would it be important to have a large population of a species for better genetic shuffling?
Yes, with a large population, there's much more genetic diversity.
Are there any factors that keep animals from reproducing?
Sure there are. Geographic isolation, genetic defects, and a lack of food, water, and shelter.
So for reproduction, it's pretty important to make sure that an animal's basic needs are met.
Yes, it is. Without adequate amounts of food, water, and shelter, animals will actually stop reproducing so that they can better enable those that are living to survive.
I can't wait to send my report to the treehouse detectives.
Maybe you can email them after we clean the porcupine habitat.
Well, the zookeeper's job is never done.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives find any endangered animals in Jacob's backyard? Will Kaylee get her Girl Scout badge? What else should the detectives do to help Jacob get a certified habitat? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What is carrying capacity? Why is it important to randomly sample a population? What makes a good habitat? What does territorial mean?
Thanks for helping me on my bat project, Dr. D. Helping an endangered species is one of the requirements for my wilderness badge.
No problem. I'm glad that your project involves bats, because over 40% of bat species are endangered or threatened.
It's especially important because the eastern big-eared bat, which is native to southeastern Virginia, is endangered.
I read that as well.
Did you know that one bat can eat up to 3,000 insects in one night?
They also help to disperse seeds and pollinate fruits.
So by providing the bats with shelter and a place to raise their young, the number of bats in the area should increase.
It will certainly help, but a lot of factors affect the growth of a population.
Isn't a population a group of the same species that's living in a particular area?
I see that you've been doing some research. Let's do an experiment with pennies that simulates population growth. If I throw down 8 pennies to represent 8 bats, how many will turn up heads?
On the average, 4 should turn up as heads.
That's right. Let's say that the bat population as a whole averages 1 baby or pup per bat couple per year.
That means that with 4 bat couples or 8 bats, they would produce a total of 4 pups per year, which means after 1 year you would have 12 bats.
Excellent. We can then add 4 pennies and throw down a total of 12 to see how many bats we'll have in the next year. Let's try the experiment 5 times to see how many bats we'll have in 5 years. We got 5 heads. Add 5 pennies to mine.
I get 45. The population increased rapidly.
I have 62. It's different because you don't always get the average when you throw down pennies.
Shouldn't we subtract a few pennies to represent the bats that died or left the area?
That's a good point. Under ideal conditions where bats only die of old age and no bats immigrate, the population will eventually reach what is called its biotic potential as it grows very rapidly.
I guess that means that the animals' needs are met and that they have a healthy habitat.
That's right. In the real world, the population will eventually reach an equilibrium situation, where the number of births equal the number of deaths.
I guess that's because the population gets so big, there's just not enough food to feed everyone.
That's one factor, but there are a lot of other factors. A lot of animals in a small area is called a high density. High densities of prey attract more predators.
And I would think that diseases would spread more easily through high-density populations. Plus, I guess that animals just need a certain amount of space.
That's right. All of these factors affect the maximum number of a species that a given environment can support. That's called the carrying capacity.
I just hope we can help increase the bat population.
I hope so, too. So how can you tell if the population is shrinking or growing?
We would have to count them, but I would think it would be almost impossible to count all of the animals.
Yes, it would be difficult. In order to estimate the population of a species, Scientists will capture some of them, mark them with a tag, and then release them. Sometime later, they will capture some more of the same species and see what fraction are tagged.
I bet there's some mathematical way to figure out the size of the total population.
There's some other techniques to measure populations. Right on the internet, the Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida is investigating a random sampling technique.
Aren't they a NASA Explore School? To find out how you can get your school to become a NASA Explore School, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Yes, and they're working with the Society of Women Engineers.
Here they are now.
Hi, I'm Taquin, and I'm from Miss Polanco's class.
And I'm Anita, and I'm in Miss Gant's class here at Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida.
Hi, Dr. D told us about your investigation. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. With the help from our mentors from the Society of Women Engineers, we begin by looking at this critter page and trying to predict how many critters are on it.
It looks like it has a lot of critters.
Yes, it's a lot to count, so we brainstormed some ways to estimate the number.
We decided to use a random sampling technique.
Right. We used a sampling square and randomly dropped it on the page of critters.
Why did you drop it randomly?
Randomly dropping the square gives a better sample of the population. If you choose where to count the critters, you may pick areas with lots of them. Then your estimate will be too high.
Next, we outlined the square and then counted the number of critters in it.
What do you do if a square cuts a critter in half? How do you count it?
Good question. For our sample, we only used critters that were at least half in the square.
So how many samples did you take?
Remember, in a random sample, the more data you collect, the more accurate your estimate.
We dropped the square 4 more times.
Next, we found the average number of critters per square unit.
How did you find the total number of critters?
We counted the number of square units on the page, and there were 63. So we multiplied our average number by 63 and recorded it on our chart.
To give us an even more accurate estimate, we used each group's average and calculated the class average.
How do you know if your estimates are accurate? Don't you need to know the total number of critters on the page?
Yes, we each counted the critters and compared our answers. There were 393 critters on the page.
How did your estimates compare with the actual numbers?
Our group estimated 433, so we were off by 40.
However, when we compared the class estimate to the actual, it was 412, a lot closer.
That's why it's important to take lots of samples and gather plenty of data.
It is very difficult to count a large population of animals, but by sampling and finding an estimate, you can get pretty close to the number.
Next, we're going outside to do a sample of some real critters, like grasshoppers.
Sounds like fun. Maybe we should do that for Jacob's backyard. Be sure to post your results on the website so we can see what you found.
Will do, and let us know about the animal population in your preserve.
Goodbye from Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida.
I'm not sure that Jacob will want to know the population of critters in his backyard.
Probably not, but at least you have an idea of how to find the size of a population.
I wonder how Jacob's doing. Maybe I should go see if he needs some help.
Well, this will take some time to dry.
Have you heard from Jacob? I wonder if he's working in his backyard.
No, but Kaylee's report on populations was very helpful. She's almost done all of her work to earn her badge. All she needs is to find out about an endangered species in our state.
I wonder if there's one in Jacob's backyard.
I think everything in Jacob's backyard is endangered.
I know, but if we could find a species that his backyard could support, maybe we could help Kaylee.
That would be awesome.
Let's go to the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that animals belong to the animal kingdom and are divided into 2 separate divisions.
Right, vertebrates and invertebrates.
We know that animals have basic needs and that they will migrate to find new food sources.
We also know that animals reproduce based on the amount of food available and the right conditions.
That's why populations will vary so much.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know what makes a good habitat.
We also need to learn more about how habitats can help endangered species.
So where do we go?
Mr. Moda mentioned that Dr. Brenninger studies and protects the wildlife at NASA Kennedy. I'll see if he can help.
Great. Since we're going to be creating a habitat that can support wildlife and possibly even an endangered species, we'll need to know what makes up a good one.
Exactly. Here's Dr. Brenninger now.
Hi, I read your email and I understand that Jacob wants to turn his backyard into a nature preserve.
Yes, but we need to learn more about habitats before he does.
What exactly is a habitat?
It's an area with specific habitat features that allows a specific species to survive. For example, this area has low trees and a sparse tree canopy and is called scrubby flatwoods.
So what makes a good habitat?
Lots of things. Habitat should provide enough food, shelter, and protection from predators. When all these things are present, animals can produce enough young for their population to survive.
Does a species ever produce too many young?
Yes, and that makes the habitat overcrowded. In fact, some animals will leave and find less crowded areas, while others will stay but will produce fewer young.
So the size and health of a habitat can determine the population of a species?
Exactly. Each individual or family of animals needs enough habitat to survive. Depending on the amount of food, water, and shelter in a habitat, only a certain number of individuals can be supported. If the habitat cannot provide for a large enough population, the species faces extinction.
What do you mean?
In a species, there are years when there are more deaths than births. There are also times when the habitat is disrupted by disease, fire, and storms.
But won't they just reproduce once the habitat is restored?
If the disruption causes the population to decrease, then the probability that enough individuals will survive to reproduce is less likely.
How much habitat does each species need?
That varies among species. Florida scrub jays need about 25 acres, and they're very territorial.
What is territorial?
Territorial means that they claim a specific area their own. If other scrub jays try to live in their area, they will defend it.
I never thought of birds defending their home.
Scrub jays live within the same territory with their mate for life. Their young also often stay with them for many years.
So how are habitats destroyed or disrupted?
Fires and storms regularly can change habitat but seldom destroy them. Humans, however, regularly destroy habitats to build houses and grow food. They also disrupt natural processes such as wildfires.
Why is fire so important?
Fires keep the shrubs low and add nutrients back into the soil.
How do you help NASA protect the environment?
I use field studies, remote sensing, and computer models to study animal populations and their habitat. I then advise NASA on how to take care of the environment.
NASA sure is concerned about the environment.
That's right, and we want to make sure that endangered animals such as scrub jays are around for a long time.
Thanks, Mr. Brenninger. This has been helpful.
You're welcome, and good luck on your nature preserve.
Wow, I never realized how difficult it was to protect habitats and endangered species.
That's why it's such a great idea to create a backyard habitat. Just think of what you can do to help animals.
Do you really think we can actually help an endangered species?
Well, we can try. In fact, now that we've done the research, we may be ready to start learning about protecting animals in the backyard habitat.
Great, I hope we can help.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives find any endangered animals in Jacob's backyard? Will Kaylee get her Girl Scout badge? What else should the detectives do to help Jacob get a certified habitat? Find out in the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What criteria are used to classify an animal as endangered? What is exploitation? What are the 3 levels of endangerment? How many breeding pairs of bald eagles are currently in the U.S.?
That's awesome.
I know. I never thought it could happen, but I may have actually discovered a species that we could help.
Are you sure it's an endangered species and that we can help?
I think it's endangered. I'm not sure exactly. Did you get any information from NASA about how to determine if a species is endangered?
No, but I did get a lead. Dr. Brenninger works with lots of NASA researchers who work with endangered species. I'll try to contact him.
Good idea. You know, it's strange, but I never thought I could actually help out an animal possibly even an endangered one, in my own backyard. It's kind of cool.
Yes, but you're getting ahead of yourself. First, we need some more answers. Here's Mr. Scheidt. He works with endangered species at NASA Kennedy. Hi, Mr. Scheidt.
Hello. I understand you want to learn about endangered animals.
Yes, but we're not even sure how we know a species is endangered.
The Endangered Species Act says that any species that is in danger of becoming extinct throughout all or a significant portion of its range can be classified as endangered.
What kind of things cause animals to become endangered?
Loss of habitat is one way.
We learned that an animal's habitat is very important to providing its basic needs.
That's right. If an animal's habitat is greatly altered, reduced, or destroyed, it can have a significant impact on the species.
We also learned that in addition to fire and storms, people have a big effect on an animal's habitat.
Yes, human impacts can have serious effects on habitat. For example, water and/or air pollution can restrict plant growth or harm a habitat. Exploitation is another way it can endanger a species.
What do you mean by exploitation?
Exploitation is where a species population is reduced to a point that it cannot reproduce fast enough to sustain itself.
How are animals exploited?
Take the manatee, for example. In the 18th and 19th century, they were hunted extensively for their meat, fat, and tough hides, which greatly reduced their population. Currently, residential and commercial development along the coast has also degraded their habitat, thus decreasing their population.
Sort of like what happened to the buffalo in the plains. They were hunted until there were hardly any left. But I think they're making a comeback. Are there levels of endangerment?
Yes, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has 3 levels. Endangered is the most severe. Threatened is when a species is likely to become endangered within the foreseeable future throughout all or most of its range. And last are species of special concern.
What's that?
It's when a species may need a conservation action. This usually means periodic monitoring of the species population or its habitat.
Do most become threatened or endangered?
No, not always. Sometimes, if we become aware of the problem early enough, we can remedy it before the species gets to that point.
How many animals are on the endangered species list?
There are over 900 species of plants and animals on the list.
How many are there in NASA Kennedy?
Kennedy Space Center is actually home to 10 endangered species. Of course, these species aren't endangered due to the Space Center, but are actually protected by Kennedy Space Center since it is so large and covers so many different types of habitats. Did you know that only 6% of the Space Center is used for space launch operations?
And the rest is Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge.
That's right. We not only have programs to protect these species, but we also conduct research to aid in their recovery.
Do you ever have to rescue animals?
Yes. Sometimes when we encounter an injured or distressed animal, we do our best to stabilize the animal until a rescue team arrives.
Who helps you rescue the animals?
We work closely with state and federal agencies, along with private organizations such as SeaWorld. You may want to go to SeaWorld and talk to Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian that works with the SeaWorld Rescue Program.
Thanks, Mr. Scheidt. This has been fascinating information.
You're welcome.
SeaWorld Rescue Program. Sounds awesome.
Yes, it does. And it sounds like it's right up RJ's alley, since he's still down in Florida.
You send him an email while I go check on our endangered species.
I hope you know what you're doing, Jacob.
Remember, this is me we're talking about.
I'm here in Florida with Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian who works at SeaWorld. She has a real inside scoop on why SeaWorld rescues and rehabilitates animals.
SeaWorld is committed to wildlife conservation. Our rescue programs allow us to help animals and also learn more about them at the same time.
What kind of animals do you rescue?
The 4 main animal groups we rescue are sea turtles, aquatic birds, manatees, and dolphins.
What about an animal injured by natural causes?
We rescue those animals that are sick or injured or who need medical attention in order to survive, regardless of the cause. For example, sometimes manatees become cold stressed in the winter, which is natural, but we would still attempt to rescue them, especially since they are endangered.
So if a manatee or dolphin is sick enough to be rescued, what do?
We mobilize our crew and equipment and head to the site where the animal is located. We approach it slowly and encircle it with a net. We then pull that net into the boat and transport the animal to our rescue vehicle.
Do you treat an animal right away, or do you wait until you get back to SeaWorld?
If the injury is minor, the animal can be treated and released. If the animal is more seriously sick or injured, it receives a full exam during transport, and if any initial treatment is needed, we give it right away.
What happens to the animal once it arrives here?
We're a lot like a hospital. Once an animal arrives, we do tests such as take blood samples and x-rays to help us determine what's wrong with the animal. Once we know what the problem is, then we can devise a plan to treat it.
So when the animal gets well, it gets to go home?
Yes. Once it is rehabilitated and ready for release, SeaWorld works with the appropriate government agency to determine when and where to release the animal, usually as close as possible to where we rescued it.
What about the animals that can't be rehabilitated?
It is our goal to release all rescued animals if possible. However, if an animal's injuries keep them from being able to survive on their own in the wild, we would either keep them here or find them another home.
I know you can't save every manatee that's sick or injured, but you do save a lot of them, right?
Yes, we have rescued 324 manatees and released 121 back into the wild.
Mr. Scheid at NASA Kennedy says that sometimes NASA works with SeaWorld to rescue animals. Do you work with any other organizations?
Yes, and you should meet Miss Jenny Bush. She is president of our SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund and can answer that question for you. I think she's working with one of the eagles today in the park.
Hi, Miss Bush.
Hi, RJ. This is Maddie. She's from the Audubon Bird of Prey Center. She fell out of her tree when she was 5 weeks old.
Is she okay now?
Maddie is okay now, but after 8 months of rehabilitation, she was deemed non-releasable, so she trains here at SeaWorld to become an animal ambassador.
Aren't bald eagles endangered?
Bald eagles are a great success story. Just 50 years ago, they were very endangered, but now through conservation efforts and awareness, there are over 7,000 pairs, and they're protected.
Wow, that's a lot of eagle families.
It's a great story to tell, and we hope in the future that we can help many more animals just like the bald eagle.
How will you do that?
Through the efforts of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund.
What exactly is a conservation fund?
Well, the fund is a nonprofit organization that helps to grant monies to other organizations like World Wildlife Fund, National Wildlife Federation, to go towards projects like conservation education, habitat protection, species research, both marine and terrestrial, and rescue and rehabilitation.
What kind of research do you do?
Well, the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund grants monies to many different projects in the field, from protecting black rhinos in Africa to protecting coral reefs in South America. Our 5 zoological parks participate in research as well, from creating a better flotation device for ill manatees to also learning how killer whales communicate.
I learned a thing or two about taking care of animals this week at Adventure Camp.
Well, I imagine it hasn't been as easy as you thought it would be.
That's for sure. It's definitely a career I'm interested in learning more about.
Yes, working with animals is very rewarding. You should try the Marine Mammal Keeper experience here at SeaWorld.
That's great. Sure sounds like you're committed to helping the animals and the environment.
Yes, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been environmental stewards for over 40 years.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. This has been great.
You're welcome, RJ. Enjoy the rest of your time at camp.
All right, thank you.
Bianca, did you get RJ's report?
Yes, it has all kinds of information on how injured and endangered animals are taken care of. He's getting really good work done.
Yes, it is all coming together.
What's coming together?
Well, you know how Catherine wanted to protect animals.
Yes.
And Kaylee needed to protect an endangered species to get her wildlife badge. And it was your idea to turn my backyard into a habitat.
Thank you. Yes?
Well, it all just might work. I've got to go to my house and get Tony and Catherine, and then we're going to Mr. Cutchin's to meet Kaylee.
Who is Mr. Cutchin?
He has an official backyard habitat. Dr. D is going to meet us there to give us an idea of what goes into an actual habitat.
That's great, but how does all that relate to endangered species?
Kaylee built a bat house for eastern big-eared bats, but she has no place to put it. Well, they are endangered, and it turns out my backyard is in their range.
Jacob, that's great. You've helped Catherine and Kaylee.
Yes, but I have one obstacle left. Can you check my email?
Are you expecting official notification for your yard?
Sort of.
All you have is a letter from your mom.
What's it say?
One word. Okay.
Yes! I've got to go.
I'll never understand him.
Wow, Mr. Cutchin has a great backyard habitat. Look, he even has a cool plaque indicating he's certified by the National Wildlife Federation.
You have to provide food, water, shelter, and a place for animals to raise their young if you want to be certified.
That makes sense. That's the list of animals' basic needs.
The habitat also has to be managed to conserve soil and water. We have a lot of work to do to get your backyard up to this level, but it'll be worth it.
Did you get your wildlife badge?
Well, I've done all my research, and I finished my bat house.
but I haven't found a suitable habitat for it.
Is that your bat house over there?
Yeah, I brought it today so you could see it.
Cool. But it's hard to believe bats could fit in there.
Actually, that can hold up to 50 bats.
Hi, guys. Where are Tony and Catherine? Aren't they supposed to meet us here?
They're in my house, working on an observation area and fee structure for our habitat.
Catherine should keep him under control.
I'm sure she will. Okay, you've learned a lot about vertebrates and invertebrates. Look around and tell me which animals you think this backyard habitat will support.
That's easy. We know there are 5 types of vertebrates, and I bet we can find one of each in this backyard.
Right. I bet there are lots of birds. Mr. Cutchin told us these flowers attract hummingbirds.
And that bird feeder and bird bath should help attract migrating birds.
And those nesting boxes provide a place to raise young birds.
That looks like a squirrel house. And these logs and bushes would provide good shelter for rabbits. Those are both mammals.
Frogs are amphibians. I'm sure we'll find them here.
And don't forget reptiles. We might see a snake, lizard, or turtle.
There aren't any fish, but that might happen in a later addition to the habitat.
Don't forget the invertebrates. I'm sure the Annelida phylum will help the garden.
Oh, you mean earthworms.
And I know we'll see lots of insects, which are arthropoda, like beetles, ladybugs, flies, and mosquitoes.
You've learned your lessons well. So why are backyard habitats so important?
Loss of habitat is the #1 threat to wildlife.
And increasing the habitat increases the populations of animals. You know, the carrying capacity will go up.
And they are beautiful. I mean, they are great for thoughtful reflections.
Creating backyard habitats helps restore the balance of nature.
As you can see here, you don't need a big space to make a difference.
This is an excellent example of a habitat, but it does seem to be missing something.
Like what?
I don't see any special accommodations for an endangered species.
Well, neither does our habitat.
That, young Kaylee, is where you are wrong. In fact, you are the exact reason why my backyard habitat is going to be a success.
What are you talking about?
I had a serious discussion with my mom, and after a little extra yard work, I was able to convince her to let me put your bat house in my backyard.
Do you have bats in your backyard?
Not yet, but research indicates that over 50% of all bat houses are occupied, and I'm feeling lucky. I also spoke with your scout leader. Let me be the first to congratulate you on earning your wildlife badge.
What do you mean?
Well, I knew you had built the bat house, but you hadn't found a good place to put it yet. It turns out that my house is in the area where eastern big-eared bats live. So by placing your bat house there, you are providing top-notch accommodations for an endangered species.
Jacob, you're the best.
Yes, like I've always said, underneath this harsh exterior lies a peaceful, nature-loving.
Good work, kids. I look forward to seeing your habitat.
There's only one small problem.
What is it?
How can we help?
Well, I'm actually terrified of bats. Maybe I can move into the treehouse permanently.
Jacob, I don't think the treehouse is ready to support your species long term.
Bye.